Hello, everybody.
Good morning.
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 I'm so excited to see a couple faces that I know and have worked with in the past. It's good to see you guys and people that I'm now going to meet for the first time.
Hi, Helene.
Nobody's claiming me, huh?
Okay.
Can you hear me? I said hi.
Oh, hi, Marcus.
Hi.
And then Deanna, I don't know if you remember me from Words to Deeds.
I do. It's always
Okay.
nice seeing you.
Nice to see you. Well, I can't see you yet.
I have turned off my camera because I'm in the office and I'm sitting, my camera is behind my monitor, so it's just awkward. So yeah, so you can see me.
Okay. America, you wanna get this rocking and rolling?
Yeah, so
I think we've got most everybody here. You want me to?
No,
I'll take a thing. You
we're
keep
not quite
going.
there yet. Not,
Yeah.
we're still missing a few people, I think. Two people.
Okay.
Mhm. But we can go ahead and start while we wait. Yep, see people, someone's joining in now. So we'll go ahead and start. So a huge welcome and a huge thank you, everybody, for being a part of our Prop 47 Cohort 5 Radar training. This is actually my first radar training as a field rep, so I just want to go ahead and thank you all for accepting my request of joining my scoring panel. We really couldn't do this without you guys. So we really appreciate you taking the time today and tomorrow to be a part of this radar training to help us move forward with our Prop 47 Cohort 5 grant application. So a big thank you for everybody for being a part of this, and then a big welcome for everyone. So just a couple of Zoom etiquette reminders. The Zoom link that you all use today, that will be the same Zoom link for tomorrow. So we made it really easy. If you by any chance happen to lose the email with the Zoom link, you can always send me an email and say, hey, I lost the Zoom link. Can you send it to me again? And I will gladly send that to you. A couple of other things for this radar training, because it is virtual, we would love to see your lovely faces. So if you are able and if your camera allows you, please have it on, just so that way we can go ahead and make it feel more like an in-person kind of training. I know Zoom gets tiring sometimes, so if you are able to, please go ahead and have your cameras on. And then with that, I will go ahead and share my screen. We'll go ahead and do some introductions.
I'm checking people off my list. Did you mention that we're recording?
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Just
did
so
not.
everybody knows. Okay.
We are
Go
recording.
ahead, tell them.
We're
I didn't say.
recording. So this training is recorded, and you will be able to have access to it later if needed. It will be available on your dashboard along with all the presentations that you will see, but you will receive more information from our research team. So with that, I just want to make sure that everybody can see the PowerPoint slide. Perfect. So again, welcome to our radar training. This is going to take place today and tomorrow. And as I mentioned, the Zoom link we use today will be the same one for tomorrow. This is going to be a really, well, I wouldn't say really, but it's just an informal training. So if you feel the need to go to the restroom, grab yourself a snack, grab yourself some coffee, whatever you need, please feel free to do so. We just ask that, again, if you have your camera on, to please leave it on, just so that way we know. Or if your camera does not work, go ahead and just put a be right back message, so that way when it comes to actually engaging and having a conversation, we don't accidentally call on you and you are not there. So again, like I mentioned, we'll go ahead and start. So this is our radar training for today and tomorrow. We'll do a brief introduction. We're going to go over the overview of the BSCC, and this is the agenda for today. We're going to go ahead and do scoring panel responsibilities as well as the requirements. You will receive an introduction to the actual Prop 47 grant program, as well as a summary of proposals received. And we are also going to do a review of some key components of the RFP. I sent out an email a couple days ago with the RFP for your reference. So you can go ahead and always refer to that. But we're just going to go ahead and highlight some key components. And then after you hear from me and from Helene, then we're going to go ahead and pass it over to our research team. And then they will go ahead and provide you with more information and actually get into the radar training information. And then we'll adjourn. We will be taking breaks, so don't fret. You're not going to go ahead and we're not going to keep you, here all day. We'll take breaks, and then as well, there will be a lunch break. But once it gets closer to lunch, then we can go ahead and have a discussion as far as whether you would all like to have an actual break for lunch or a working lunch. But as I mentioned, these are all things that we will discuss as the day goes on. Day 2 agenda for tomorrow, another welcome. And then we will continue with our radar training, and then we will adjourn. So with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and just do a brief introduction of staff. I'll go ahead and do a brief introduction of our Prop 47 Cohort 5 team. So my name is America Velasco. I am a field rep. I am the one who has been sending you all a bunch of emails. So now you all have a face to the name. There are a couple of individuals here who I recognize and who I've worked with in the past, as well as some new faces. And again, I just want to go ahead and just tell you all thank you very much. I'm very appreciative for you all joining my very first radar training panel. So you all have that little first timer badge from me. And then I have Helene Zentner, who is a field rep as well. Her and I will be working together with Prop 47 and Cohort 5. We have, Veronica's here. We have Veronica Silva. She is our grant program analyst, and she will also be, the main, well, not the main, but she's at one of the point of contacts for our grantees. So whoever moves forward, she will have a lot of interaction with them. We have our research team. So we have Anna Astrain, who is our research data specialist. We have Stacy Riley, who is our other research data specialist, and they will be both doing presentations later. We have, I don't believe Amanda's on, but Amanda Abuke, who is our staff services manager. And then we have some other BSCC friendly faces. We have Russ Butters, who is our research data supervisor. I saw Adrian. We have Adrian Winnick, who is our assistant deputy director, and I believe yes. And then we have Colleen Curtin, who is our deputy director, and then she's the deputy director of our division within BSCC, CPGP, and these are all divisions that you'll learn more about in the following slides. But with that, Adrian or Colleen, do any one of you want to go ahead and say anything before we move forward?
Sure. Thank you, America. You're doing a great job. Good morning and welcome, everyone. And I want to start with a big thank you. Thank you for donating your time to participate this morning. I think some of you are familiar with BSCC, but for those of you who are not, we administer about $400 million of grants each year through federal and state grant programs. And to do this work, we really rely on the participation of subject matter experts like yourselves. We rely on you to help develop the parameters of our grant programs and develop the RFPs before they go out, and then to score the proposals once they come in. And so thank you again for your time. I know it's a lot of work. We recognize that it's a lot of work. And a special thank you to America for pulling you all together quickly. And thank you to my team. And thanks again for being a part of this process.
Perfect. Adrian, I don't want to put you in the hot seat, but do you want to say anything to the team before we move forward?
No, just good morning. And as Colleen said, thank you so much for volunteering your time. We really appreciate you.
Perfect. So we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. So I have done a lot of talking for about 15-ish minutes. So now we're going to go ahead and allow all our raters to introduce yourselves. This is a very unique opportunity where, as Colleen mentioned, we can go ahead and have various people with subject matter expertise kind of be in one room. And because it's virtual, we actually have the luxury of having individuals participate from throughout the entire state of California. So we're not all local to Sacramento or Northern California. So with that in mind, we'll go ahead and just do quick brief introductions. Please go ahead and let us know your name, your title or organization that you're representing, how you are tied to Prop 47 or what interested you to be a part of this as a rater. And if you can remember all that, let's go ahead and add a fun fact at the end. We would love to hear more about you and just kind of get some introductions going. So with that in mind, does anybody want to go first? And we'll just kind of like toss it around. Do I have any volunteers that want to go ahead and go first?
Don't be shy. Just open up your mic.
I was gonna say, don't be shy.
Okay, my name is Nakia Blair. I am the program director for Bigger Than You Reentry Services in San Bernardino, California. I am also a certified tax preparer, so I specialize in tax consultation and I've been doing that for over 20 years as well. How I am connected to Prop 47 is that I'm a part of the reentry community in my county and in the Inland Empire. And I'm also a part of the reentry coalition that has been organized in this area to help people access funding and to educate people on the different resources and supportive services that are all intertwined, but that can benefit the local community-based organizations to be able to network and understand who the other resources are. So thank you for having me, and I'm happy to be here.
I'll go next. Hi, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Dalerie. I'm part of the Family Assistance Next Step Reentry Program. I'm a case manager here. What interests me on taking and wanting to do this is I am impacted by the reentry system and lived experience as to the reentry services in the past. I think just, going through a lot of the things that I went through growing up and being able to have a voice in and, seeing what works and what may not work and being able to help navigate things to work with services for individuals who need them is great. I'm just really excited about being a part of this. And, just it's new for me. So the good thing about it is that I'll be educating myself on, a lot of things, how it works for the community and how to make it better. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'll go next. Good morning, buenos dias. My name is Susan Gomez. I'm the CEO of a nonprofit called the Inland Empire Community Collaborative. We are a group of 109 nonprofits out here in the IE, Riverside and San Bernardino County. My interest in helping with this project is we are looking at designated funding for children and youth, but as well bringing in public dollars into our region, which is considerably underfunded in relations to the rest of the state. I have read both federal and state applications, but never for this specific project. So I'm looking forward to meeting everyone and seeing how I can be of service. So thank you.
Awesome. I'll go next. My name is Melissa Chelius, and I actually work within a correctional facility. So we're not allowed to video record inside prison walls. So apologize for not having my camera on, but I am here and I am excited to meet everybody and get more introduced to this panel. So I am the budget analyst for CIM, which is an institution for men only in Chino, California. And I manage their $220 million budget. But in addition to loving numbers and spreadsheets and all that fun stuff, I've actually had like close to 10 years of nonprofit volunteer experience. So I've served on several boards of nonprofits. So it's really just a passion of mine to contribute to the community in a way that's meaningful and just make our spaces better for everyone that lives here in California. And I think it's, you know, there's so many great nonprofits out there that really contribute to our community. So it's wonderful to be a part of those. So this is kind of like another way of just continuing to give back while I, you know, juggle my full-time position. But I'm excited to see what the proposals give. And then, of course, being in a correctional environment, it's really, it'll be nice to see how these grants contribute to the reentry programming and process and what impacts they can make. So I'm really excited to be a part of this and see how it develops.
I'll go next. Hi, my name is Lisa Hooks. I'm actually here representing the community and not just my agency, although I am a state worker. My interest in this is, of course, lived experience. I'm born and raised in Bakersfield, California. If you all know, we have 3 prisons there, at which I did work at for standards and compliance when we were under federal receivership. From there, I came over to CDCR construction. So when you all were CSA, I worked under the AB 900 and SB 81 projects, helping to get those lease bond revenue. So I'm familiar with the jail and the juvenile projects from there. I have always worked with people with developmental disabilities starting back from 1990. So once I moved from CDCR, I went to where I'm currently at, which is State Council on Developmental Disabilities. I was part of the Developmental Center shutdown. Some of you may know, that includes individuals who have not been found competent to stand trial. So this is where my 2 worlds merge and collide, from my lived experience to my professional experience. And a lot of times these programs do not consider individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, particularly our brown and Black boys. I do identify as a Black female. So this is where I'm excited to see what do these different programs offer, but have people thought about, or what's out there in order to get it to our communities with those individuals who may or may not know that they have disabilities. So this is where I'm coming in to say it's not just a professional, but it is a personal experience. I have 2 grandsons who both have autism, who will eventually grow up to be young men into adulthood, who will identify as Black men with disabilities, who do not look like they have a disability. So my interest is very strong in this, and this is why I'm here. So thank you all so much for having me. I'm really looking forward to being a part of this.
I can go next. Hi, everyone. Marcus Gillespie. I am coming from the Commission for Behavioral Health, where I've worked for the past 8 or so years. And so mental health services oversight and mental health services, community services. I'm totally blanking right now. To the behavioral health. Anyway, switch from mental health to behavioral health. It's including, you know, SUD treatment and assisting in all the programs and services on that end. And so it's taught me to, you know, move forward to seeking out all the programs and services in the community that are there to hopefully from the ground up in the community developed, but also ensure that, you know, everyone is totally, I'm sorry, I have to.
That's okay, Marcus. How about while he's getting situated, does someone else want to go next?
Sure. I'm Deirdre Benedict. Hello, good morning, everyone. I am a supervising analyst in the Criminal Justice Office of the Judicial Council of California. which many of you may not have heard of. We are the policy-making body for the California courts, and I oversee the pretrial program, and it's a series of state funds that go out to each California county court to work with their pretrial service provider. I'm very interested in doing this work because I think what we see a lot at the pretrial stage of the process is that these issues really have intersected in terms of mental health and behavioral health. And we really want to, I personally really want to do anything we can to sort of stop people from actually entering the justice system before they get sort of embedded in it. So I'm really interested in the programs that are being, put forward, and interested in the scoring process. And I know America from that. She used to work with a county that, and she oversaw their pretrial program. So thank you for reaching out, America. I'm glad to work with y'all.
Thank you for coming, Deirdre.
I'll follow Deirdre. I'm also from the Judicial Council, and I have this awkward camera view whenever I'm in the office. My laptop sits behind my monitor, so I am sorry that I'm small and sort of awkward. But my name is Deanna Adams. I'm an attorney, and I focus on behavioral health across the adult criminal court system. So anything related, and I'm glad there's other folks who mentioned incompetence to stand trial. So anything related to behavioral health, mental health, substance use disorders, intellectual and developmental disabilities, you name it, is that's the type of work that I focus on. I've been working in different areas of criminal justice for the past 15 or so years, having started out overseeing a community-based organization in Santa Cruz that focused on reentry. And I believe at that time was during my time there, Prop 47 passed. So being able to see how it initially rolled out and how it's progressed. So I'm interested in that aspect. But beyond those two positions, I've also worked with different agencies around California nationally in different capacities. So very excited to be able to help review grants and look back across my career and see how I can help with the decisions that will be made.
I can go. Hi, good morning. Ellen McDonald. I'm the Chief Public Defender for the Contra Costa Public Defender's Office. I've been an attorney with our office for 24 years. I'm very committed to holistic defense, to looking at community-based resources and having them embedded both in public defender's offices and in community-based organizations so that we can connect those going through the criminal legal system with housing, behavioral health treatment, job development, and other resources. I was an attorney when Prop 47 first passed, so I practiced under the prior law, and then did a lot of work around reentry resourcing for our team and clean slate, having over 10,000 felonies reduced to misdemeanors in Contra Costa, and doing a lot to connect community members with second chances locally. So I'm excited to be here this morning, and I've seen the great effects of reinvesting funding from our carceral systems back into community programming. So I am excited to be here, and I don't think anyone else is doing a fun fact, but I've managed to not kill about 10 or 20 plants this summer. That's my new goal this summer, is to take my my non-green thumb and make it a green thumb. So yeah, I'm on a little bit of a roll, mainly succulents, which are hard to kill, but yeah.
Oh, I've killed aloe, so you are my hero.
I'm also trying to do plants, so slowly,
Oh, good.
surely, I've killed a couple, maybe more than a couple, but slowly but surely.
It's rough. I think overwatering is maybe the primary killer.
Yes, that is my issue as well.
Very counterintuitive.
Yeah, so you're afraid you're going to underwater, so you overwater it and then
Exactly.
it dies.
Exactly. Yes.
Thank you, Ellen. Let's see, who haven't we heard from? Oh,
I can go next. Yeah, Jose de Avila with Contra Costa County Probation Department, probation manager. So the connection with Prop 47 has been mentioned, just the services they can find through provided to our clients, potentially reentry services through our local CBOs that we work with. Yes, also one of my assignments on my current position as probation manager is to analyze the proposed bills passing into legislation. Currently the year, so it's gonna will be interesting to partake in this kind of the funding process, some of the previous past bills, and learn this, and not only learn about understand the whole process of it and how some programs get funded. Fun fact, I guess, yeah, I prefer like artificial plants as well, so I don't take a chance to kill any plants. And my daughter just actually adopted a 3-year-old bunny a couple of weeks ago, so we're still going through the learning process of learning this new bunny, even though we have bunnies before. But you see that each even little fur creatures, they're unique. So thank you.
Don't let them breed. Get more than one.
Let's see, who have we haven't heard from? Oh,
Hi, I could go next. My name is Patty Martinez, from the San Francisco Bay Area, and my title is the Safety and Justice Challenge Director with the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. And the Safety and Justice Challenge is actually an initiative funded by the MacArthur Foundation to safely reduce the jails. So I have a unique opportunity to work with the programs at the Sheriff's Office from pretrial to in custody to post release. And my connection to Prop 47 is, well, there's lots of different areas where it intersects, but primarily with getting people housing at the point of arraignment, through bridge housing and housing case managers, as well as through reentry. And so I'm excited to be here. And a fun fact about me, as everyone's talking about these plants, is I purchased a tomato plant. And I'm also on the fence of, am I watering enough? Am I not? San Francisco's cold. So we will see if this tomato plant bears fruit in the next couple months. I see little baby tomatoes, but they still have to go from green to red. So I'm yeah, keeping an eye on that. Nice to be here and amazing to hear from everyone.
thank you. Anybody who's next?
I'll go ahead and go. Hello, my name is Miguel Santos. I work for the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. I'm currently under the Division of Rehabilitative Programs. Our team reached out to us to see who wanted to be a part of this grant process. I've already reviewed grants for in-prison programs, and so it was very enlightening in all the different programs that are available. And so I really enjoyed that process, and being on a different side of the Department of Corrections. I am a custody staff, but getting to give back and help in this process of the rehabilitation. And we oversee in the Division of Rehabilitative Programs the community-based programs. So working with all these different entities and making connections and network and seeing everybody's different approach to getting these individuals what they need to be rehabilitated is definitely a positive on this side. So I'm just happy to be here.
Thank you.
No fun fact. I don't. Let me think of one real quick. Oh, me and my wife are expecting our fourth child in the end of August. So that's all I can think about right now is more children. It's a bit chaotic in our house, but we're looking forward to it. So,
Congratulations.
oh, thank
Lots
you.
of love.
Oh, thank you.
And we have one more person.
Okay, can I try again? Let's try this again. Hi, everyone. I come to you as a consumer of mental health services. As you witnessed, anxiety has been something that I have had to combat with while doing the work in the area of behavioral health. I'm currently with the Commission for Behavioral Health as a research scientist, working with mental health programs and services. But since Prop 1 and the rename of Commission for Behavioral Health, this will now include substance use disorders. My background is in criminology and criminal justice, where I focused on families and reentry. And so the reentry process and services in the community that support that have always been a passion and interest of mine. I was working at the BSCC actually as a researcher when the Prop 47 grant program started. And so it's interesting to be on this side of things and really interested in hearing and ensuring that the programs are developed according to the community need and by the people. So that's why I'm here. And thank you.
He's seated in the back side, Marcus. Don't give away our secrets.
I say welcome back to the BSCC. And then we have one more person.
Me?
Yes, you. I'm sorry. I was like, I know it says owner on the name, but I don't know.
I'm sorry. I should have my name is yeah, okay. So my name is Sandy Bonilla, and first of all, thank you for allowing me to participate in this process. Just a little bit about myself is I am the founder of the Urban Conservation Corps under the Southern California Mountains Foundation. I founded the Conservation Corps alongside my husband nearly 15 years ago as a direct result of really preventing young people from going into prisons. But my interest here has more to do with, I've been working in the field for 30 years. I've worked in San Francisco, I worked in Washington, D.C. I worked in the field of substance abuse prevention, violence prevention for 30 years. But my interest is what I have seen in the past 30 years is that so many people have traumas and they enter the justice system, and many times the type of trauma, the complexity of the trauma that they have is usually misdiagnosed. It's usually, immediately post-traumatic stress disorder. And we don't look at it as a developmental disorder, like it's a developmental, more of a developmental trauma disorder. It happens at infancy, it's happening at childhood, it's happening when they're young. That form of trauma really prevents the trajectory of the development of that person, the developing brain, everything about them. By the time they turn 18, 19 years old, that trauma looks very much like acting out, but it really is a cry of help. We criminalize them, then we put them in jail. Okay, now they're in jail, they're criminalized, and then they're given all the wrong treatment. They're given mostly like post-traumatic stress. And then we wonder why when they're coming out, there are still some unresolved issues. It's because the trauma is not resolved. I've seen it for the past 15 years, and I've seen this, and I make it now my mantra to say that, we have a trauma crisis in California, in the Inland Empire, and we are putting people in prisons with these traumas, but we're not necessarily resolving or helping to diagnose those traumas correctly. And if we did, we probably would see better treatments. That someone in there mentioned about, I think it's Lisa, I think it was, and she's right on. So many of these developmental disabilities appear to be, they look and they manifest themselves very differently. And then we lock them up, we put them in jail, and then they come out, and then we wonder why the reentry process is difficult. We just need to have the types of, especially in traumas, the treatments need to really fit what it is. And that's something that I've seen in my 30 years, especially in San Bernardino, the Coachella Valley, and I've worked in San Francisco as well. So that's why I'm here, just to see, what are the mental health services that are being offered, and if that's something that that we're looking at as well.
Thank you. I don't think we missed anybody else. I think we kind of got everybody. Awesome. Thank you again, everybody, for just doing brief introductions. And then I'm also going to go ahead and say a fun fact, just because I figured I can't just have you all say a fun fact or without me having one. So a fun fact about me, by association. My husband loves baseball. So him and I are on this journey of going to all 30 baseball stadiums. And this year so far, we've done 12 parks. So we're slowly making our way throughout the country, going to all these baseball stadiums. Most recently, just did a cross-country trip where we drove and we saw 3 stadiums. We saw Wrigley, Kaufman in Kansas City, and we saw the Rockies in Colorado. So that's a fun fact about me. We are on this journey to see all 30 stadiums. But with that, I will go ahead and move forward with our slides. And Helene will go ahead. And then Helene and we're going to tag team the presentation. So that way I want to let you guys know up front so you don't think that we're just going, back and forth. Her and I will do this together. So right now you will all hear from Helene.
Hello. As America said, I'm Helene Zentner, and I've been at the BSCC for quite a while. And some of you I've known from working on other grants or other committees. So it's good to see everybody. I also want to say a huge thank you for taking the time, not only these next 2 days, but over the next several weeks in doing the reading and rating for such an important initiative and the funding that's going out to California all over and impacting the communities within underserved, non-served communities, especially for substance use, housing, and mental health. Back in the day, I oversaw the mentally ill offender crime reduction grant way back in the day. And so I also have a very personal interest in the grants that we administer through our agency that have to do with promoting evidence-based practices, services, outreach to those that have been impacted by the justice system that do have issues with mental or behavioral health and substance use. So I thank you all for the work that you're doing in your real life. You play a rater here for the next couple of weeks, but in your real life, the work that you do. Thank you for choosing the profession you did and the work that you have done and will continue to do for our communities. With that, I was going to do a fun fact, but now I don't remember what it was. I have 4 cats, 1 dog. It's not that fun. No bunnies. And I do not have any plants that aren't fake or crocheted. So there you go. So I want to start off by giving some of you who may not have worked with the BSCC before a little bit of a history lesson. Now, I need to preface the fact that I may be old and I may have been here a while, but I cannot formally guarantee and did not live through the fact that we started in 1903 as the Board of Charities and Corrections. So I don't have firsthand knowledge of that, nor do I have the next firsthand knowledge that the Board of Corrections, after the Board of Charities and Corrections, was established in 1944. And that was part of a system-wide organizational change that improved the prison conditions and centralized management through Governor Earl Warren's reorganization. And we are, or at that time also, we were a direct report to the governor. In the 1980s, we had our Standards and Training for Corrections Division established, and I'll get into that on the next slide, who they are and what they do. Then in the 1990s, the Corrections Planning and Grant Programs was established. And after that, in 2004, Governor Schwarzenegger wanted all of corrections underneath the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. So we were named from the BOC to the Correction Standards Authority. And for a short period of time, we were working under CDCR. Then in 2012, Governor Brown pulled our agency back out from underneath CDCR, renamed us what we are now, which is the Board of State and Community Corrections, and we're back as a direct report to the governor. So some of our current responsibilities is we're different from CDCR in that is the prison system, and we work with more of the local, county, adult, and juvenile justice systems. Our agency has their hands in like the minimum standards. So if you've been a part of Title 15 or Title 24 regulations, oversee public safety realignment, and we provide technical assistance in a whole bunch of ways for community correctional issues throughout California. Even though we're a report to the governor, a direct report, we are overseen by a board. And our board is made up of a variety of different disciplines and people from all different geographical and different lived experience. So just real briefly, we have 2 people from CDCR, one which is one which is the secretary. We have 2 sheriffs, one from a large county, well, not a large county, but one that has more than 200 beds in their facilities and one that has less. Then we have 2 chief probation officers. This one is based on county pop, either over 200,000 or under 200,000. Then we have a county supervisor or a CAO. We have a judge, usually retired. We have a chief of police. We have 2 community providers, advocates for adults and or juveniles. And then we have a public member. And just most recently, within this last year, we now have 2 new positions that are on our board, and we have them filled, which is great, which is a licensed healthcare provider and a licensed mental or behavioral health care provider. So now we finally have on our board kind of that wrapping around of the expertise that will help our division mostly for those health issues, behavioral health issues, and along with the advocates and the community providers to give a more well-rounded lens on our board when things are brought before them. Okay, next. I should tell you, America is manning the slides here. So, okay, so this is a list of all the different divisions that we have. And if you've ever worked with us or have perused our website before, you'll see that we do have a new division that was just recently established this last year. So our division, of course, is the best up at the top. We administer a wide range of state and federal grant programs provided directly to community-based organizations, tribes, state and local governments. And we fund services and programs that address public health and safety, including assistance for missing and murdered Indigenous peoples. We have organized retail theft grants, diversion programs, rental assistance, reentry, violence production, parenting, cannabis grants. We have a little bit of everything here. And as Colleen said, we have hundreds of millions of dollars that go through our unit out to California. Then we've got the Facility Standards and Operations Division, FSO. So if you have worked in a detention facility, you've probably seen their faces out to inspect for those minimum standards that I mentioned, and they also have technical assistance for the detention facilities. They collect data. They do some training, all for those local detention facilities, anywhere from the jails, the juvenile halls, the holding facilities, camps, all those types of things. That's under their purview. Then we have STC, which is the Standards and Trainings for Corrections, and they work with the local correctional systems to improve the professional competence of those local corrections staff. And so they establish minimum selections and training standards, developing the core training curricula for entry-level staff. They monitor the courses for compliance with their standards. And most recently, STC has also enveloped the research unit, which Stacy, and if Ross is still on, and then Anna are a part of. The construction or county facilities construction division, they had and they still have, they're administering the financing grants, the bonds for adult and juvenile construction projects for the purposes of enhancing public safety and the conditions of within confinement facilities. And then, as I mentioned, there is a new division, and it's the in custody death review, and it promotes the legal and safe conditions for youth, inmates, and staff in the local detention facilities. They are they just got started. It's July of last year. So they are just starting to put together their team and policies, but they're going to review investigations of any death incident that occurred within a local detention facility. They're going to make recommendations to the sheriff's departments of correction for any of those things that they have seen through those review investigations, follow up with those facilities based on those recommendations, and make information available, more available to the public. And then we have all of our great administrative folks, our legal team, and IT program staff, all the people that help us keep this whole thing going at BSCC, everything you see on your screen. So, okay, next. Okay, so the scoring panel requirements, that is going to get back to America, and she's going to talk to you kind of about what she's probably already talked to you within multiple emails. So back to you.
So thank you. So for scoring panel responsibility, as Helene mentioned, these are just a couple of things that I have already sent out or have discussed with some of you prior to you having actually joined our scoring panel. So one of the biggest things as a scoring panel member or rater is to rate the proposals using transparent and fair measurement principles. So what do we mean by that? We would really appreciate for all of you to please rate the proposals without a bias, especially because we want to make sure that this is an equitable process. So we want to go ahead and make sure that there's no bias, and this is just ensuring fairness. And you are also making a funding recommendation to the board. So like I said, these are just a couple of your responsibilities as a scoring panel member or as a rater. I'll use those two words interchangeably. So what are some of our requirements? So again, this is an email that I've sent. So a couple of things that we need from you is an acknowledgement of a conflict of interest form. So there's actually two. One of them is the conflict of interest form acknowledgement that I need you to sign. And then a new form that I just sent out yesterday is the actual list of applicants. And it has the lead applicant as well as any subcontractors and whether there's any conflict of interest from you. So I sent those out yesterday. That form, the list of applicants, is actually very important because that is what research uses to ensure that the proposal that you are receiving and that you are going to score, that there is no conflict of interest and you have recused yourself from. So please submit those forms, or at least the applicant list one, no later than tomorrow, just because we want to make sure that the process isn't being delayed and we can go ahead and have your proposals sent out to you. If you have not received the email or you cannot find it, please let me know and I can always resend it. And then again, it's like I think 2 or 3 pages where it breaks down the applicant and then the subcontractor. And then it gives you, there's a space where you can either say you're recusing yourself because you know or have had a relationship with the lead applicant or with the subcontractor. So please go ahead and let us know about that. Ethics training. So there is a 2-hour ethics training. It's online that needs to be completed. Please complete that no later than August 15th. It is 2 hours and there is a link that was provided to you. Please make sure when you are doing the ethics training that you choose the one for state employees, not the local one, because it is different. And then we have a Form 700. So this one wasn't a link that I sent you. This is a link that staff member, because this Form 700 is actually personalized to you. So if you have not received any of these links, please let me know, just because these are all crucial forms that we need you all to complete as a rater. So again, if you have not received any of them, whether it was the conflict of interest acknowledgement form, the list of applicants, the ethics training link or the form, the 700 form link, please let me know so that way we can go ahead and have those sent out to you. And then now back to Helene.
No, that darn unmute button. It seems to be in a different place every single time, not like I've ever been on Zoom before. Okay, so I just want to give you a really high overview of Prop 47. I believe America has sent out the request for proposals that you will be using as the basis for your rating and scoring. And so, you know, Stacy and Anna are going to be talking a little bit more about this, but what I want to just kind of preface is the sense that this is a voter initiative that was back in 2014. And I don't need to read what's on the screen, but I want you all to know that this funding is a continuous appropriation for these purposes, which means that because they were a voter initiative, these funds will never revert back to the state or the general fund, and any unspent funds from our prior awardees or grantees are reinvested back into the BSCC pot for Prop 47, along with continuing deposits from the state for future cohorts. So although we're in cohort 5 now, and we have approximately $127 million for this group, we will be continuing the process of going out for RFP, reading and rating into the future as long as this proposition remains on the books. Okay, next. Okay. So Prop 47 does fund several different things. And as you can see by the graphic on the screen here, that BSCC has the majority of the funding from the proposition that supports the local mental health treatment, substance use treatment, diversion programs for those in the justice system, specifically to provide those services and to reduce recidivism for those individuals that have been convicted of less serious / misdemeanor crimes. The other two agencies that are listed are the California Victim Compensation Government Claims Board for trauma recovery centers, 10% for that, and then 25% goes to the California Department of Education for grants that go towards improving student outcomes. Stacy is going to provide you with a little bit more information about how our past 4 cohorts, or mostly 3, because cohort 4 just started in October, some of the data and information that has come out of those grants surrounding what the BSCC does. Next grant, or next slide. Next grant, on to the next. So Assembly Bill 1056 came about in 2015, and it added some things to the Prop 47 initiative. So the bill provides guidance for advanced principles of restorative justice while demonstrating the capacity to also reduce recidivism. Housing assistance, so assistance that will provide financial help for security deposits, utility payments, moving costs, rental assistance based on evidence-based models. Also, housing stabilization, so case management, landlord recruitment, housing navigation placement, credit repair, those types of things. And then also to support the community-based services that go along with the sustaining the quality of life and reducing recidivism, such as job skill training and civil legal services. We'll have a slide later on that will discuss a little bit more about how leverage funds pertain to Prop 47 initiative through the AB 1056. But some of the things that the bill provides is the opportunity for leveraging or braiding or matching other funding streams that can be used to augment these projects. And I'll talk a little bit more of that on a future slide, but it does not mandate that these projects provide leverage funds and or any type of minimum or maximum. Okay, next slide. Awesome. So here is what you guys are looking at for the reading and rating. Not all of this. You guys aren't going to be reading all of them. Well, I didn't do it and America didn't do it, but Anna and Stacy put together rating panels and they'll talk more about that process. So don't freak out. You're not going to be reading all of these at once, but part of the process is that we had this request for proposals released Friday, April 11th after our board approved it. And the applications were due Monday, June 23rd, around noon. So they had 10 weeks of solicitation and preparing the applications that you're going to be reading. 67 were received, and they were received through a BSCC online submission portal. So we didn't have to worry about someone submitting late or without attachments and those types of things. We did unfortunately have 13 that were disqualified. Those were based purely on eligibility. They applied, but unfortunately they were not eligible organizations that could apply directly. And there was a couple budgetary requirements that some of those applicants did not meet. So let's see, what else? I think I had a little bit, unless it's on the wrong slide, about Prop 36, but I think that is actually on another slide. But I will go ahead and say it anyway, because now I'm not sure. So this RFP doesn't have just Prop 47 and AB 1056 as part of the components. If you all have been watching the news at all, Proposition 36 was approved by voters recently, and there was no designated funding for Prop 36 and the components within that initiative. So the BSCC is allowing the use of Prop 47 funds to also use, if need be, for Prop 36 activities in their application. However, Prop 47 is the funding stream, and therefore the main projects are Prop 47 projects, but they can augment with Prop 36 components. Projects do not have to include any Prop 36 activities in their applications. So, and you might hear this again because we want to reiterate some of these things between grant administration staff and then the research staff in what they're going to be providing later. Basically, the Prop 36 established a treatment mandated felony charge. And so this provides more funding to be used for an individual that has 2 or more drug possessions or sale of the more dangerous drugs. But the takeaway is that these proposals are first and foremost Prop 47 services for Prop 47 target population. But it could include some that are serving the Prop 36 population. And as just an aside, only 19 out of the 54 applicants have a Prop 36 component mentioned. Okay. And I believe I'm tossing it back to America. Just playing a game of catch here. Just all of the baseball stadiums she's gone to.
Yep.
Keeping with that baseball theme.
So now we're going to go ahead and do just an overview of the RFP, kind of highlight some important factors that were mentioned. This was also a part of one of the many emails you all received from me. So you have that as a reference if you want to go ahead and do a deep dive of more of what exactly we were asking for our RFP. But as I mentioned, however, we're going to go ahead and just do a brief of some key components. Okay. So as Helene mentioned earlier, the BSCC does receive the majority of funding. We get 65% of the state savings. And with that, we go ahead and use it for grants. And in this case, it will be for the BSCC Prop 47 grant. This particular grant is eligible for public agencies. And as Helene mentioned, and again, you'll probably hear it throughout our training. This funds mental health treatment, substance use disorder treatment, and/or diversion programs. And then the target population for this grant is people involved in the justice system who have mental health issues or substance use disorders and are justice involved. So we'll go ahead, that will be highlighted in a future slide as well. So who was able to actually submit an application? The eligible applicants were public agencies only, cities, counties, governing bodies of Indian reservations or rancherias, school districts, municipal corporations, entities that are legislative bodies of local agencies, and local housing authorities. Non-governmental agencies, also known as NGOs, which would be a word that you will see within the RFP or throughout our training, were not able to apply as a lead applicant, but they were able to go ahead and partner with any of these eligible agencies to move forward with the application. So as Helene mentioned before, unfortunately, we did have some that were disqualified just because a non-governmental agency was applying as a lead applicant, and we weren't for the definition of a public agency, they didn't fit that. So they unfortunately got disqualified. But you will see during your rating process that some proposals actually have the lead applicant, and then they do mention some non-governmental organizations as a subcontractor. So eligibility, existing grantees are not eligible. So anybody who was awarded during cohort 4 was not eligible unless they were implementing a new program under Prop 36. As Helene mentioned, Prop 36 it was newly implemented, and they are a part of this of cohort 5 funding. So unless an existing cohort 4 grantee was implementing a new program, they were ineligible. And then public agencies from a city or county that is an existing grantee are eligible. So for example, let's say an entity within a county who the county was a cohort 4, but that entity did not apply for cohort 4, they are eligible. So that was the eligibility. A budgetary requirement that was required was a 50% pass-through. So that NGO that was partnering up with the lead public agency, 50% of the total grant award had to go to one or more community-based organizations. So if an application, when we did our tech review, our technical review, if we saw that the lead applicant was not passing through 50% or more to an NGO, a non-governmental organization, that did cause them to get disqualified, because this is a requirement. And then also additional points will be awarded, so little brownie points if they passed more than 50%, 60 or 70. So some criterias for NGO partners. So again, like I mentioned, NGO stands for non-governmental organization, and we just use the abbreviation NGO. So some criteria for these partners is for them to have been organized and in existence in good standing at least 6 months prior to October 1st, 2025. And you may be asking yourself, why October 1st, 2025, if it's only July? And the RFP was opened in April, May, and June. So for the reason of October 1st, 2025 is because, and you will see in a future slide, that is actually when our grant cohort starts. So we want to make sure that this NGO was already set in place before the actual start of our contract, of our grant contract period. That is why you see October 1st. The NGO also had to be registered with the California Secretary of State's office, have a valid employer identification number, have a valid business license if required, and have a physical address in California. So these are all requirements that had to have been looked by the lead applicant when applying and when subcontracting or at least partnering up with an NGO during our grant application. And then now it goes back to Hilly.
I'm sitting here starting and I'm muted. So again, that darn mute button. And I know that there's a shortcut, keyboard shortcut. I just don't remember what it is. So anyway, so this is what you will see in the RFP and part of what they are applying for funding. So there were two different pots of money. And it was self-identified by the applicant themselves of whether or not they felt that the scope of their project was a small scope or a large scope. And then depending on that, then they would either apply under the small scope category for up to $2 million per proposal, or the large scope, which is up to $8 million. And like I said, it's solely based on the amount requested to fund their proposed project and the scope of work for that project. So as you're reading and looking at the rating criteria for the budget, you'll be able to kind of see, well, this really might be a small scope project, but, sometimes people want to ask for the most that they can get. So that's going to be part of something that our research staff will talk about a little bit later. But those were self-selected categories and what their proposed cost for their application service project is. Just quickly note that LA County can submit one application for up to $20 million, but they still have to compete in the large scope category. So they're not a set aside, they just can go above that $8 million threshold. The grant awards will be funded through the deposits and potentially there may be another deposit made. We don't know. It kind of happens when it happens on a quarterly basis. But right now we have $127 million that's available for these grant awards. However, if there's an additional deposit that is made by the time the board approves the final funding recommendations that you all will be part of, making those recommendations through your process of reading and rating. If there are additional funds made available, the board may approve staff at that board meeting to continue down the ranked ordered list of applicants who have met the scoring threshold to offer those unanticipated funds. So we may have a little bit more than 127 million by the time we get to September, which is when the board will meet to approve. The funding overview, you can see a little bit more on your screen there. So next slide. The Assembly Bill 1056, which I mentioned earlier, provides a list of those leverage funding streams that might be used to augment or enhance the overall projects. So even though they're requesting grant funds, they can show that they have leveraged, contributed, matching funds, however you want to call it, that actually augments their grant funds so that if they applied for, say, small scope and it's $2 million, but they have another $500,000 in leverage funds, then we view that as a $250 million project. I think I said 1,000, but I meant million. And like I said before, it is not mandated that they provide leverage funds. It is just given a priority point if they do those things. And they still have to, if they are awarded and under contract, they must report those leveraged funds per their contractual obligation to the overall cost of their project on our BSCC's invoice. So we as staff do track what they put in their application as their contributing or matching funds. Some of those funds could be drug Medi-Cal treatment funds, MHSA funding, Mental Health Services Act funding, social innovation funding. We oversee the Edward Byrne Justice Assistance Grants. It's a federal grant, so they could use that as match. The Federal Department of Veterans Affairs Supportive Services, Department of Housing and Urban Development, and that's not an all-inclusive list, but that bill does give a lot of information about where they can find different leverage fundings. Let's see, there is no minimum and maximum, like I said. So the applicant gets to determine how much they are requesting as leverage funds along with their grant funds and what funding streams will be leveraged. There's no limit or on that, and there's no limit of number of funding streams that they have to use. So it's kind of 100% up to the applicant, and then your job will be to see, whether or not those leverage funds help with the totality of the project, but also I also see it as sustainability of these projects by having these partnerships and leverage funding streams at the very beginning. Next slide. We do have a definition in Prop 47 of what the target population definition is. And for the purposes of this RFP, it's a person that has a history of mental health issues or substance use disorder and has a it limits one or more of their life activities, that they've received services for a mental health issue or a substance use disorder. They have self-reported to a provider that they have a history of mental health issues, substance use disorder, and or both, and that they have been regarded as having a mental health issue or substance use disorder as being able to be eligible to receive services under this grant. Okay. And I believe now it's back to you.
Yes. So now we're going to go ahead and discuss what is an eligible grant activity. So the grant funds for Prop 47 must be used for one or more of the following. So it has to either have mental health services, substance use disorder treatment, or diversion programs. It has to have at least one of these, but it could also have all three or a combination of two. But it has to go ahead and provide one of these. So either mental health services, substance use disorder treatment, or diversion programs. And then the BSCC did not actually tell applicants what exactly falls under each service. That is a liberty that we are giving all our applicants to kind of just give us a proposal of what program they are trying to implement. But it has to be at least one of these. And like I mentioned, it could be a combination of two, or it can be all three. But it has to have one of these components. So continuing with the eligible grant activity, priority will be given to applicants that also provide supplemental housing related services or other community-based supportive services such as job skills training, case management, and civil legal services, as specified in Assembly Bill 1056. And again, you will receive more information of what exactly is Assembly Bill 1056 from our research staff. For Prop 36, grant funds may also be used for court-ordered treatment programs pursuant to Prop 36. As mentioned earlier in one of the earlier slides, we do have some applications that are both Prop 47 and Prop 36, and they have both components. As you can see here, we do provide some examples of what some eligible projects are. Please take in mind that this is just an example. This list is not extensive. It's just only to provide examples. And then, as you can see in the second bullet point, we mentioned case management and wraparound services. So some of the wraparound services that could include housing, employment support, and job training. Again, those aren't musts. Those are just some examples of what wraparound services may be. And then now that we've talked about eligible grant expenditures, we're going to go ahead and just touch base about some ineligible grant expenditures. So the grant funds may not be used for the acquisition of real property, and they may not be used for programs or services provided in a custodial setting. For the purpose of this RFP, the custodial setting would be jail, prison, a locked facility. Is considered a custodial setting. But we do go ahead and mention that there's an exception for limited in-reach and reentry planning. So what exactly is in-reach? So that can go ahead and involve staff members going into a custodial setting to just kind of provide information to individuals that are incarcerated and letting them know what's available for when they are released, not necessarily providing those services while in custody. It's just letting them know these are services that are available for once you get out, and we can provide them to you, but they may not provide actual services inside the custodial setting. And then now we're going to talk about the grant period. So back to
me. Oh. See, I was getting all prepared and I was getting unmuted, and then I thought I didn't do it because I was just on every word of America. I was just on the edge of my seat, and then I unmuted myself again or muted. So what you see before you is the term of our grant period. And what this does is it allows for 3 months on the front end for startup, implementation, ramping up, hiring, all those things that takes to set up and be able to successfully implement a project. Some of these projects may be new and they might have a little bit longer implementation period, which is totally fine also. We just recognize that even in the best circumstances, they still need to have some sort of period of time where they implement, and we recognize that they may not be using very many funds or have any data outcomes or data sets on their reporting. So that just kind of gives a little bit of a framework of the upfront. But the grant itself is a 3-year period after those 3 months. And a grantee, if awarded, can use the whole time for service delivery. Like I said, if they're already a prior cohort awardee or they already have something up and running, they have until December 31st, 2028, which sounds so far away, but it's really not, to provide service delivery. We do data collection, invoicing, all that through that period. That's when the service period of the grant ends. But then they have an additional 6 months until June of 2029 to provide us with their final reports. And that would be their final invoicing, their final quarterly reports. They have a local evaluation report that is due to talk about did they meet their goals and objectives, things like that, lessons learned, and a financial audit that will provide yet another lens of, because this is an initiative money, of how those agencies have been spending this initiative. Yeah, and in between all of this, we'll probably have another cohort. Okay, next. So although this isn't in the actual proposition or in the initiative, this was something that was set by the original ESC, the Executive Steering Committee. We've had 2 executive steering committees in these last 5 cohorts. We've re-released their RFPs to have more cohorts as we go. The next time will probably be another ESC, especially depending on the future of what Prop 36 looks like. But they determined that the proposed projects needed to have community support. and needed to have sustainability with their local agencies, partners, and service organizations. So an applicant has to, it's mandatory. This was one of the tech reviews. They have to convene a diverse group of stakeholders, lived experience, community members, partners, anyone that they feel is supportive, that has expertise in the types of programs and services that they're proposing in their application. And then the intent is to convene this group early on to help develop the proposal and the goals and objectives, but then also to continue to meet, to engage in regular community meetings, and to invite feedback and updates from those lead agencies that are overseeing or administering the grants at the local level. The ESC did not prescribe who had to be on it, how many people. They just wanted to see that there was an effort being made for, like I said, having a diverse group have their input for the proposal, the priorities that need to be addressed for their jurisdiction. But it could be behavioral health professionals, educators, community-based organizations and faith organizations, lived experience, individuals who have been impacted by the justice system, attorneys, courts, advocacy groups, housing providers, navigators, all that kind of stuff. So you will be seeing the not only the local advisory committee roster, you'll also see the letter that should be signed off by the members of that local advisory committee. And that was part of a mandatory requirement for submitting an application. Okay, next. One of the criteria you will see or you'll be trained on has to do with the budget. And why do I have the budget on here and then not the data collection? Oh, well, we'll talk about both. So there is a budget table that they will need to fill out, which also has their narratives on what they're planning on using for each of those line items. So the budget requirement for data collection and reporting and evaluation line item, it's a specific one on the invoice. Because there's a local evaluation plan that's mandatory, because there's a local evaluation report due at the end, and there's quarterly de-identified participant measures that Stacy's going to go over or Anna's going to go over later. It is very important that they have money set aside to do that work. And so at a minimum, they need a 5% of their grant funds being requested, but not more than 10% of the award that is allocated specifically to these purposes. And there's also the or $50,000, whichever is greater on the 5%. But this was part of our tech review. So the applications you're going to be seeing have met this requirement. As an aside, and the applicants were encouraged, but it's not required for them to use an outside evaluator to partner with like an institution of higher learning, university, community college, or an actual evaluative agency to ensure that those objectives and goals can be measurable within the work plan, which you will see also as part of your packet on the application, and was also strongly encouraged to identify those research partners early on so that they can set up an impartial evaluation of that program. And put together a local evaluation plan, which will work as like a roadmap or a blueprint for their program, and then to be able to have that final evaluation to see their outcomes, hopefully all successful. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the proposal components that you will see as part of your packets, which research will be providing to you through the dashboard, and they'll give you all that wonderful stuff. It took a lot of work for Anna to put all this together. And also, if Veronica is still on, I want to give her kudos because she also got these prepared from our online portal to be able to give to research, to be able to give to you. So shout out for Veronica. So there was an applicant information piece which provided, we usually call them the top 4, who their project director is going to be. Obviously that may change because it was written a while back, but who their project director is going to be, their day-to-day contact, which is kind of the boots on the ground person who really is involved with the project, their fiscal officer, and then their day-to-day fiscal person. And we also then have the narrative piece, which is, really the meat of this proposal and what you will be rating on. And the percentages are provided for you on the screen, but you'll be reading the need, like why this project needs to exist in that jurisdiction, and their engagement of the community and their LAC, and getting feedback from the individuals in their jurisdiction on what may be needed or necessary in those underserved or non-served communities. The description of the project, obviously that's the big one at 30%. And then the data collection and evaluation piece of how they're going to evaluate the program. And then they are going to provide a separate document. Well, it'll be in your packet, but they provided a separate document that was their work plan, which is part of the project description rating factors, but it will give you their goals, their objectives, how they're going to measure it, who is going to be responsible, what timeline, all those types of things will be in the work plan that you'll be able to see. And then next. So here's the budget slide that I thought that I had somehow deleted, but the budget is also a component of the full application you'll be reading. It's 15% of the total scoring, and it was an Excel document on an Excel template that they had to download, fill out, and then upload into our portal. You'll see the budget table, and then you'll see the narrative, which they need to have provided enough detail for you to make a decision on the rating you're going to give the budget to the actually proposed description of the program, and whether or not that's in sync. The line item categories that we had them fill out, and they did not need to use every single one of these. It's just whatever fit their project need. The salaries and benefits for the lead public agency, the service and supplies, any professional services or public agency subcontracts, the NGO subcontract, which, as America said, had to be at a minimum 50% pass through of their total request, the data collection and project evaluation component, any equipment and fixed assets that they need to purchase, an other category, which just kind of incorporates travel, training, all those miscellaneous other things, and then the indirect costs that they may want to seek reimbursement for. This also will include any of the leverage funds that they have determined they are going to contribute to the overall project. So you will see some budget tables that have varying degrees or percentages of leverage funds, or you may see some that have none. It was not, again, it was not mandatory. Okay, and then next slide. So as part of the whole packet, these are the other things that are part of your review. So I kind of already talked about a little bit of these, but as America said, if these were not part of their full packet, they would have been disqualified and would not be going forward in the rating process to you guys. So again, you'll see 2 attachments that are particular to the local advisory committee that they had to have, it was required, and then the roster and then the letter of agreement from all of them. And with that, You are probably so tired of listening to both America and I, and ready for like a quick little break. Are there any questions that are burning? I can tell that someone, and just go ahead and open your mic if you have any questions. You don't have to do the whole raise your hand thing. And America, if you want to stop sharing, then we can see everybody. There we go.
Yay.
Anybody? Except for Stacy and Anna and Veronica? All right. Well, I kind of said it that take just a little bit of a break, Stacy, like 5 minutes, like don't shut down or anything. But if you need to get up and stretch, go get something to drink. 10:40, we can all come back. And then that gives research staff some time to get their PowerPoint up. But don't go away. Don't log off. Stay here. We want you back. And then we'll be on. So ask any questions. And obviously I'm a talker because I don't like uncomfortable silence. So I will keep talking. Anybody didn't do a fun fact that wants to now?
Everybody's like, we're going on our break.
Yeah, everyone was like, we need a break, and everyone collectively
It was like
walked
la
off
la 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 la
camera,
la la.
including Stacy.
Yeah, Stacey's jetted. She really
Like,
needs
no.
to come back. But yeah. So we'll just Helene will sit in uncomfortable silence. Or what my staff usually have to do is mute me because I'll just keep going and filling that silence.
I have
It's
a
fun.
question.
Uh-huh.
I have a question.
Sure.
The Form 700, is that something that I have to fill out too? Because I noticed that when I was looking at it yesterday, it was saying like state government officials, public income. I was like, I don't know if that applies to me. I'm just a case
So
manager.
guess what? No, guess what? By serving on the scoring panel, you are by de facto working as a state employer for this.
Oh, okay.
So because you are on a scoring panel, which is kind of a subgroup from our board, you are considered working on state business by reading and rating. And so, yeah, you have to fill it out. It doesn't take very long. Unless you're like, a land baron and you have like 1,000 different, things that you own and buy and wheel and deal, it shouldn't take you very long.
No. I wish, but no.
I know. I sometimes I wish that form took a lot longer for me to fill out than it does, because that would mean I actually, have something to show.
Do we get certificates at the end of like our participation?
I believe so. It also, because the link that was sent to you is email specific, I think that you will get one, but I know that it gets generated and sent to our staff that collects those through the system. So if you didn't get one, we'll figure out how to get you a copy so you can put it on your wall.
Oh yeah, I know. I just think this is a great experience for me. It's something new to educate myself and to just, be involved. It's like I explained to America, just being able to say how the programs work. And, being impacted from, a younger age through the juvenile hall, foster home, group homes, youth authorities, jails and prisons, and being where I'm at today and just, seeing how much these programs and all the work that they put in to try to help reform and rehabilitate, I just want to say that, for a lot of people, it works,
Yeah.
It's a matter of, accepting the help and being open,
absolutely,
and just being that sponge, right? I think what the barrier is when it comes down to mental health, the barrier for that is the participant who is facing the mental health issues. To them, they're normal. To them, there's nothing wrong with them. And to get them to do an intake to say, hey, I need help. I have this going on, right? It's just not gonna, it's hard for them to say, I'm not okay and I need help, right?
Right. And that's the hardest part, because sometimes, I know
Yeah.
a couple people had mentioned it, that the competency issue, you know, and that, yeah, when I worked on my ochre, that was the one thing. It was finding also the right staff that could be the trusting individual to help them navigate
Right.
the program or anything else they're in. So yeah, what's nice about being on the scoring panel is you get to see a little bit about how at least the process for BSCC works in providing any of the funds that we administer to the field, and the process that we use, so
Right.
that it isn't done in a vacuum. It's not just me in America sitting at, you know, McDonald's with a Diet Coke going, we like them, we don't like them. You all have that responsibility. And so we are so grateful that you are willing to provide your time and your expertise to make sure that this money really does go to those projects that are going to that appear in writing to be
Doing the
successful.
work, right?
Yeah,
And doing the work, you know.
Yeah.
With, you know, an open mind of, you know, understanding the trauma that was, you know, as a young age to now, and where it's coming from, and just getting to the root of it and identifying it, and how can we service it? How can we help navigate through that to get them in a better place?
Absolutely. And a better quality of life
And a
for the
better,
rest of us.
absolutely. And that's why I was so excited when I got it. And America at first, she was like, wait a minute, how did you get the email? And I'm like, you sent it to me. And she's like, are you sure? I said, yeah, you sent it to me, and with the Lord's hand on that button to send to me, but I got it.
We're very grateful. We're
I
very
am so
grateful you're here.
excited. You guys, like, beyond like honored.
Oh, just wait until you have to start reading. And you're asking us for Visine because you need to
I'm
pop your
ready.
eyes open.
We're gonna ask,
I am.
or we'll ask at the end, like, are you just as excited
okay?
as you were at the very beginning?
I know,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I believe research. Do you still do that survey for panel members? Okay, well, they'll get to that. But Sandy, is that?
I was just
you have a question?
Because I want to change my name from owner.
Oh,
do I, do I need to log out and log back in? And
you shouldn't have to.
So I'm trying to figure out how to do that, so I don't have it just like.
Let me see. I can do it for you. Let me see. Let me see if.
Oh,
But I don't know if I can.
I got
Oh,
it.
you did it.
Okay,
You
did it.
I was going to ask how to spell our last name, but there you go.
I got it. I was talking to myself until I realized I'm muted. So that's why I'm like, I got it changed.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Anybody else, you know, want to be called something different today? I could be called Elizabeth, maybe. I don't know. But we are now hopefully all back. And you are not going to have to listen to America and I for much longer. Actually, for the next day, unless I, you know, break in and say something. So Stacy and Anna are the two phenomenal researchers who are going to provide the training for you, and give you all the information and tools that you need to read and rate for the BSCC. Some of you guys may have read, I think someone said RFPs at CDCR or for another state agency. The BSCC has a very structured rating and scoring process. And with that, Stacy.
Okay, so can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Good deal. Okay, well.
Wait, can I break in? See, I'm not done talking.
I was going to say that Helene would not be able to be quiet for the next 2 days. So you will be hearing from Helene again. Yes, Helene.
What I want to do, because you know, we didn't actually, and I'm sure you're going to introduce yourself more, but Stacy has been with Prop 47 since the very beginning. She is the original researcher on this. She has been collecting data. She has been putting together reports. She's going to show you some of that in her presentation. And not to say that she's, you know, an old employee, but she is, when we need an answer, Stacy is the Prop 47 guru, because she helped implement this at our agency when it was given to us. So I knew she wasn't probably going to pat herself on the back, but she is. If she doesn't know it, then I would be astounded. So now, Stacy, go ahead.
Thank you, Helene. But I'm not that old. I actually came in partway through the first cohort. So I wasn't here for the very beginning, from the very beginning.
They didn't know that. Now they think that I don't know what I'm talking about. So.
Yes. Anyways, yeah, Helene and I could banter back and forth all day, but you probably don't want to hear us doing that. So, yes, my name is Stacy Riley. I am a research data specialist. I have been with the BSCC for 7 years, and during that entire time, I have been working on Prop 47 since since cohort 1, the first cohort. And I'll give you my little fun fact, which is I recently purchased a small farm, moving from the suburbs to farm life for the first time. And I have 4 dogs and 11 chickens. And 5 of those chickens are chicks that are too young to go outside yet because they don't have their full feathers to keep them warm enough. And the only room in the house where the dogs can't get to them is in my office. So if you happen to hear chirping during this presentation, that is because they are behind me. And, you know, maybe if we need to pick me up at some point, I can pull one out and you can ooh and ah over the chicks because they are pretty cute. So I apologize if you hear chirping in the background. So what I am going to be doing today is talking about Prop 47 and Prop 36, mostly giving you a little bit of historical context for Prop 47. Some of it is information that you've probably already heard from Helene and America. You hear it again, you may hear it again from Anna. It's, you know, it is because it's important. With that, if I get my slide to go forward, is it not moving forward?
No, it's just kind of sitting there.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay. Okay, here we go. So Prop 47, as Helene already said, was a voter initiative that passed in 2014, also known as the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Act. Helene mentioned already the distribution of funds. And what the main goal, the main purpose of Prop 47 was to reduce low-level, non-violent, non-serious property and drug crimes from felonies to misdemeanors. And the net savings of that reduction in the number of individuals that were incarcerated are provided to those three funding agencies, with the BSCC receiving the most of it. And as Helene mentioned, with the BSCC program, we're required to, actually, I think it was America that mentioned this, provide mental health, substance use disorder treatments, or diversion programming. At least one of the three of the previous 4 cohorts, many of them provided more than just one of them. So Assembly Bill 1056, which Helene talked a little bit about, was the trailer bill that followed up. It dictated that the programs and services should be intended for individuals that are involved in the justice system and have a history of mental health or substance use disorder. We, in terms of administering the grant over the past decade, I will say that we have given grantees a lot of flexibility with those 2 components in terms of individuals involved in the justice system, even if they, were just somebody that was, stopped by a cop and would have been arrested, but was diverted to this program instead. We qualified that. We said that would be, an individual that was involved in the justice system because they would have been arrested. So, a lot of flexibility with that. And also with the history of mental health or substance use disorders, it wasn't required that they had an official, psychiatrist diagnose them with a mental health condition, that if they themselves said that they had a, mental health issues, that they suffered from anxiety or that they suffered from depression, that was sufficient for them to be eligible. So we've given grantees a lot of flexibility with those requirements. Also, as previously mentioned, 1056 said that we should prioritize programs that offer housing and employment assistance, as well as other supportive services. Over the past 4 cohorts, the most common supportive assistance services that we have seen are things like assistance with food, basic necessities such as hygiene kits, clothing, case management, education services, legal services, social services, and transportation services. Those are the ones that we commonly, most commonly have seen, but there have been others as well. In terms of the RFP, one of the things that is in the RFP that America and Helene did not go over are these guiding principles. And these are something that were developed by the very first executive steering committee. And before the first round of funding went out, the BSCC held multiple listening sessions across the state prior to implementing this grant. And they wanted to hear from the public, from the communities, what did they want? What did they want to see at this grant? What is important to them? And so it was from that that these guiding principles emerged. The information was shared with the ESC, who was responsible for developing the first RFP. And based on that information, they came up with these priorities and values. And they came up with 10 guiding principles. One of the value community partnerships and collaborations. to encourage culturally competent services and approaches that foster the principles of restorative justice, that they define target populations, especially those populations that are traditionally underserved. As many of you talked about, special needs and individuals with PTSD or mental health issues that end up in the criminal justice system, and to identify and address those barriers to serving those target populations. They emphasize the importance of community-based organizations with diverse staffing, including those who are system impacted individuals or have varying levels of education and life experience. I have had the opportunity to go on several site visits over the years with the field reps. And there was one site visit that I went on, and I was speaking with a gentleman who was talking about, he was a peer counselor, and he was talking about his experience, and he was saying that basically his whole life was spent locked up. He said that, he went from, juvenile hall, group homes, jail, prison. That was his life. And when he was not in one of those environments, that he just didn't know how to function. And he said that he basically hit rock bottom and ended up coming to this community-based organization that had received Prop 47 funding. And because he didn't know what else to do, he had no money, no food, he didn't even have any clothing. He was released from jail in the little paper pants and jumpsuit that they give them when they don't have any clothes. And he showed up there, and he said that this became his family that he had never had. And he went from that life to where he was a peer counselor with this organization, had gone through all of the process, became a peer counselor. He was a housing supervisor with one of their housing programs that they had, and he was going to school and working on getting his bachelor's degree. And he said it was because of that program that it completely changed his life. And so, stories like that, I love doing the site visits, because it's the stories like that that make such a difference. And many of the site visits that I have gone on with these organizations, they had individuals, a lot of them that had gone through the program, that then started working with those organizations as peer counselors or peer navigators. And I lost my... Also, another guiding principle was demonstrating the capacity for building for service providers at every level. Prioritize client-focused, client-centered, and holistic approaches. A lot of the grantees provide wraparound services, and to include healing strategies and trauma-informed care. Be mindful of regional equity, geographic diversity, including the smaller rural counties, which is why you see these different pots of money. And we have had grantees over those 4 cohorts. A lot of rural counties that have received funding, such as Plumas County has received funding, and these smaller counties that are very rural have been able to take advantage of these programs. To collect program data, to measure and evaluate outcomes, and publish and share that information. Prop 47 is the only BSCC grant where we actually collect de-identified individual level data. So the grantees have their requirement for completing a local evaluation report at the end, but also the data that they submit to us allows us to provide greater detail, do much more in-depth analyses about the success of the programs at the state level, and to see what a type of effect Prop 47 has been having on individuals. And I'm going to share just a little bit of information on that later on. Also, to encourage community engagement, where members of the community participate in the identifying, informing, and shaping of policies, goals, services, and solutions. And this is where the local advisory committee comes in that Helene was talking about earlier. These local advisory committees, there are specific requirements with these, in that they are treated just as any other government meeting would, in that they must be publicly noticed in advance. An agenda must be published, must be open to the public, for members of the community to come in to hear what the program is doing, to provide suggestions, to take part in this process. And so that is why this local evaluation committee has been a part of that. We are now on cohort 5, and with each of the ESCs that we've had, they have an opportunity to review these guiding principles and make changes or update them as they see fit. And over the past 10 years, there have been no changes. These guiding principles have remained intact over the past 10 years. And in line with providing you guys some historical context about the grant, you've heard about the RFP and some of the programs, requirements and everything. But we should also just kind of give you a little bit of information about, how the funds have been used and how they have benefited Californians. And so this data is from cohort 1 all the way through December 31st, 2024. Over 63,000 participants have benefited from these funds. And in terms of the participants, 35% identify as Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish. 32% identify as Black or African American. 24% identified as white. I have 4% as other. We do actually collect those, more detailed breakdown, but they're so small that I just lumped it all together because it just made the graph look too difficult to read if I broke it down. And then we have the 5% that are identified as unknown or they declined to state. We talked about those 3 required services. 45% of those participants have received mental health services. 22% have received substance use disorder treatment. 27% have received both mental health and substance use disorder treatment, and 13% have been involved in diversion programming. And obviously that adds up to more than 100% because, as I said, a lot of grantees provide more than one service, and a lot of the participants receive more than one of these services. So this is just, again, to provide you with basic background, and those participants, those 63,000 participants, have received a lot of other services beyond just these 3 required that I kind of mentioned earlier, the common services that have been offered. So as you are reviewing the applications, you'll be rating them on the established criteria that Anna will be going over. So the best proposals can be identified to continue to provide these much needed services across the state to these justice involved individuals who are trying to change their lives for the better. Any questions about the history, any of the historical aspects of Prop 47 before I jump into Prop 36?
Stacy, I do have a question. Because you're doing the research, have you come up with any cost per participant, in comparison to how much it costs to incarcerate individuals?
I have done that. I don't remember the exact number, but I know I'll look that up when we go for a break or lunch or something, and I'll give you those numbers. It's there's a substantial difference, and I think I want to say that it works out something like, I don't know, 3,000 to 5,000 per participant for Prop 47 versus I think 45,000 for incarcerated. I mean, it's a huge difference. But over lunch, I'll look that up, and before we get started, remind me, and I'll give you those exact numbers, because it is a significant difference. Any other questions? No? Okay. So Proposition 36, as Helene mentioned, this RFP allows agencies to use Prop 47 money to fund their Prop 36 program. Now, Proposition 36, there were 3 main elements to Prop 36. It increased the punishment for some theft and drug crimes. It requires warning of the potential for murder charges to individuals who are arrested for selling or providing drugs. And it creates a new court process for some drug possession crimes. And that's the element that we are focusing on. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about how that aligns with Proposition 47. So that last element is referred to as the Treatment Mandated Felony Act. And for individuals to be eligible, they must possess certain drugs, and these are the the felony level drugs such as fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, or methamphetamine. And they must have 2 or more past convictions for possessing or selling drugs. Now, simply because the individual meets these criteria does not necessarily mean that they will be allowed into this program. It's up to the courts to decide if the individual would benefit from participating in this program. So not everybody that meets the eligibility criteria will be offered the program or automatically allowed into the program. Now, if the individual is offered this program, to participate in this program, they must plead guilty or no contest to the charges. They must agree to undergo a substance abuse and mental health evaluation by an expert. And this evaluation may include information from other individuals with relevant knowledge, such as family or friends. It can include their medical records, criminal history, any prior treatment history, and records related to the current offense. And this information will allow the court to better determine the defendant's needs and handling of their case. Now, this evaluation cannot be used against them in court. So any of the information that's obtained in this evaluation is specifically to help determine the needs and can't be used against them. And finally, they also must agree to meet with a caseworker to determine if they're eligible for things such as Medi-Cal, Medicare, other relevant benefits that may help them. If they are eligible to, if they agree to all of those requirements, they will receive mental health and or substance use disorder treatment, job training, or other services that the court finds appropriate. And so this is where that evaluation component comes in, is that they review what this individual needs and how this program is going to benefit them. And so this is where you see the alignment between Prop 36 and Prop 47, is that they're getting these mental health, substance use disorder treatment, and other services that may help them. So that's where this Prop 47 funding comes in, is benefiting these individuals. Now, if they successfully complete the treatment, then those charges are dismissed. If they do not complete the treatment, if they're performing unsatisfactorily, or if they're convicted of another crime after starting the treatment, then they will be removed from the program and may serve up to 3 years in state prison. If, as part of that treatment program, they were in inpatient substance use treatment, if they were in an inpatient facility, that time in the inpatient will count towards the time as time served. Now, even though, again, as has already been mentioned, that these this Prop 36 is being added to this Prop 47. These are still, when you're reviewing the applicants, They still need to meet all of the same requirements as Prop 47. They should be treated no differently than an application that is not offering any of this Prop 36, the Prop 36 programming. So all of these requirements are, should be met, should meet the Prop 47 requirements. You will just see with some of the applications, their focus is more on the Prop 36 aspect of it. So, any questions on Prop 36? Yes.
I have a question, and I really don't know if this is, it's kind of a side part to this, but I noticed on the slide before when you said that they can request the undergo the substance abuse or mental health evaluation. This recently came up for the population I deal with, IDD, in February, and we had no idea where it came from. So I don't know if any of you all can help me with this, but if you can or research it later and tell me, I would appreciate it. The district attorney asked for the evaluation from Regional Center, and they cited an expedited evaluation in order to determine the diversion program if they qualify. Did this have anything to do with this? It was the first time in all these years I've worked that I heard that cited. I did look up, the Welfare and Institution Code where I found it, but couldn't understand why they were implementing this for the first time. And no one answered that question. But when you brought this up right now, it just clicked something that maybe it had to do with this, because that's what the district attorney was citing in order to determine if they qualified for diversion. And I know our regional center will do that evaluation and stuff. Has anybody heard this, or could it apply to this? And you don't have to answer now, but I just was wondering if this is where it was going.
I do not know the answer to that. But I could see where it could possibly be part of the evaluation for a Prop 36. That's where it could be, where it's going is if they're receiving services from the regional center, that maybe they're, looking at, that they're looking at that as, possibility of a lot. I'm not speaking well today. That they're looking at the possibility of, using this Prop 36 diversion program for them. But I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if America or Helene or Anna do.
Do not.
Thank you. It was just so new to me. I didn't know either, but I see so many of you all with that experience with the judicial reviews and all of that stuff. And I'm like, maybe you all heard of it. So thank you.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. But I could see where that could be part of it. So okay. Well, that is all I have. And so at this point, I will turn it over to Anna, who will, you get to see a picture of my dog there. I guess I should stop sharing. Maybe if I can get over. Okay. Okay. And I do also want to, before I hand it over to Anna, I do want to just to take this one opportunity and to say thank you for all of the work that you guys do. As I've said, I've done several site visits, and I know that the work you do is hard. It's mentally draining. It's challenging, frustrating. So thank you all for doing that work, and also for participating on this panel. So, and with that, I'll turn it over to Anna.
Thank you, Stacy, and Helene, and of course, America. That was a very thorough overview. I love how everyone said this is just going to be a quick bird's eye view of the grant, and we are almost, well, we're more than 2 hours into it. So I appreciate how thorough you've all been. This is phenomenal, and it gives me a great basis from which to start. Because my element is going to be predominantly focused on the actual rating system. So Stacy just said this, so she kind of took my thunder here, but I was going to start by thanking everyone. And I'm sure we'll be thanking you again and again throughout this rating process and across many, many emails, because this is a huge contribution on your part. We really appreciate that you're doing this on your own time, and that you are contributing your expertise and your unique experiences to assist us with this process. Thank you so much, America. You've managed to recruit a very diverse team of experts here. We have folks from all walks of life with different expertise and across the field. And that's exactly what we want and need in the rating process. We need as much diversity as possible across all elements. So welcome to day 1 of rater training. I have started by thanking you here, but I just want to emphasize that rater training is really, really critical. It's very important. We're going to talk about this again and again. But as I said just a moment ago, you were selected for your expertise in your subject matter and your ability to judge the worth of proposed programs. So the role of raters, some of you have rated with us before, some of you are new to us, but the role of raters is to provide ratings that are going to be as impartial and unbiased as possible, and to also differentiate the quality of the applications you'll be reading by being able to recognize both the strengths and the weaknesses within. The goal of training is going to be to, firstly, to make sure that you have a really solid base of understanding of the rating scale. So that's going to be the anchors and their definitions and the rating factors as well as their criteria. And we're going to get into that very shortly. And also really critically, that we have a shared understanding of what the criteria are that define this grant. There are, however, a number of ways that ratings can go astray, and we'll be addressing some of those common pitfalls as well, and some of the ways to avoid them. I think most importantly, getting to the heart of this extremely exciting slide that we've been looking at for like a couple minutes here, I really want to encourage you to all participate today in the activities and to, I think most importantly, trust the process. One of my mentors with BSCC always said that to me in my early days when I was just learning about the rating system, is to trust the process, because when you see it, it seems very simple and it seems like you can just assign a rating based on, your expertise, your general immediate response to what you're reading. But I emphasize that you go through the entire system as intended, and then at the end, you're going to have the ratings that you feel are most appropriate. Only by engaging in this process can we really ensure that you have this, like I said, and I'm going to emphasize this a lot, this shared understanding of a strong and a weak proposal, because we're not using the words good or bad. There are strong and there are weaker proposals. And sometimes there are actually proposals that have strong and weak sections within them. And you're going to see that quite a bit as well. And so your ability to assign corresponding ratings on a scale for each of those potentialities, which is going to be essential as your assessment of the proposals is going to be determining which projects are going to be recommended to the board for funding. So it's a really important job. Before we move forward, we dive on into it, does anybody have any questions for any of this up until this point?
I do, but don't, no.
No.
I just have a question of, you know, I have none. I just figured I'd break the silence. Okay, bye.
Oh, you're fun, Helene. Always bringing the chaos. Yes, I think it's early yet. I'm sure there will be questions aplenty. But with that, let's go ahead and actually dive on into things. So this is just going to be a quick, you know, rater training summary of key dates, just to get you all acquainted with where we're at in the process. So proposals were submitted on June 23rd, and we are currently in the rating process. So you will have 5 weeks to rate the proposals, and we're going to be discussing this in greater detail. And then once you've completed your ratings and we've completed our scoring, and we'll discuss that in a little bit more detail, those recommendations are going to go to the board for approval, and you will receive notification of which proposals went through. So that will be after the board recommendations. And then the grant program, the contract actually begins on October 1st. So that's going to be the startup and implementation period that Helene and America already went over. And then there will be a number of milestones that grantees will need to hit before the end of the grant that I'm not going to get into too much detail, but this is just to give you an idea of the overall timeline. And this is also going to be in the RFP. So just an overview of rater training. What we're going to be doing over the next couple days is we're going to be reviewing the evaluation system, the grant scoring system. So this is going to include the table of rating factors and their corresponding weights, the 6-point rating scale, and each rating factor as well as their corresponding rating criteria. We're going to go over the multiple panel process, since this is going to be a multiple panel rating process with the number of grants that we have, or applications, my apologies. And we'll get into some detail shortly on that. I'll be providing guidance for each of the elements of the evaluation system. So that's going to include how we use the 6-point rating scale. We're going to be defining and identifying strengths and weaknesses. We're going to be calling those out. And then, like I said earlier, we're going to be talking about some of the common rater challenges. We're going to then get into the fun part. You're going to actually get to practice evaluating a sample proposal. I know that's really exciting. Some of you might have already done this. I recognize a couple of you. Welcome back. And then we're going to be reviewing rating materials that hopefully you all received this morning. If anybody didn't receive the materials, please let me know. We can send those out again. Those are going to be the job aids and the RFP, which I don't know how many copies of the RFP you have now, but I'm guessing it's at least 3. just from the emails that have been sent. Also on the website. And lastly, we're going to be discussing some of the next steps. So what's going to be happening after rater training, when and how you'll be turning in your ratings, and when you'll be finding out about the final recommendations. So just to make sure everybody is all good, I just want to make sure, I realize we all have different communication styles on Zoom, so I'm going to be using a couple of different ones. When it comes to questions, please feel free to just speak up, because a lot of the time I have a lot of screens. I can sometimes see when somebody's putting something in chat, and Helene, Stacy, America, please call it out if you see something in chat that I'm not noticing. So my preferred option is everybody just calling it out, unless I'm asking you to just like check something off, in which case you can go ahead and do a react with the green check mark. We all know how that, well, no, that's chat. Does everybody know how to do that with the reaction? Can I see some green check marks? Just to make sure. Because we'll be doing that sometimes. I'll be just making sure everybody's on the same page.
I do not know how to do that. So if you could show me or tell me, Anna.
Yes, absolutely. 1 second. Oh, no, my God. Apologies. I am having a small technical difficulty with my, why is it doing that? So sorry. Occasionally things get stuck when I'm presenting, and I can't get it unstuck from where it's located. Okay, I'm seeing some green check marks. Yes, I wish this would stop. I would stop putting this in here. I will move my chat. So sorry, can somebody, I'm having a little bit of weird technical difficulties with my screens. Can somebody please share how to do the green check marks, just to make sure everybody's on the same page? Here, I can stop sharing really quick.
Okay. Uh-oh, what did I do?
No, you didn't do anything. She just took it from share screen. I was going to say either you or Lisa seem to have it, unlocked. The rest of us, never used it. So, these young kids that just, know how to do all this stuff. So
yeah, us
Yes.
old folks don't know how to deal with this technology.
It's down in the at the bottom where participants chat, react, share. So you click on react, but for that, and then you go to the 3 dots and it opens up the long list of emojis, and the check is all the way down. It's down in there. So you find the check within the emojis in the reaction selection. And
yes, thank you so much, America. I love yours. I love the like floating checks.
I
didn't even know that was possible.
I saw that mine did a little different. I'm like, but I got the green.
Yeah, apologies for that. I had a bit of a screen. I realized on your end, you just saw my chat popping up a couple times, but I literally lost my my Zoom bar. It was not appearing, so I couldn't access anything.
I found it.
So
I found it. Thank you.
There it is. Thank you, everyone.
There we go. Thank you.
Yes,
whoever it was that gave the instructions, thank you. I now know how to do that.
Deanna, thank you so much for the instructions. Yes, so I will just be checking in with you periodically, making sure everybody's on the same page, occasionally checking that, you know, if people finish early when we're doing some of the exercises, that we're not just kind of sitting around silently. Although we probably won't be sitting around silently because Helene will be talking.
I'll have dad jokes prepared.
You will have dad jokes off the cuff, which is even more fun. Okay, so that is where we can move on to the next slide here. So getting into the multiple panel process, like I said, because of the number of proposals we received, in fact, we received 54 proposals that you will be evaluating. Because we really want to make every possible attempt, given that we are already using quite a bit of your time, we're going to attempt to balance the extent to which we ask you to use your time to dedicate to the evaluation process in a sort of fair and equitable consideration for each proposal. So we want you to dedicate as much time as you can. And to that end, we know that reading 54 proposals is not feasible. So you will not be reading 54 proposals, but we will be using a multiple panel process. So there will be 3 panels. Each of you will be assigned to one of those. And there will be 6 proposals out of those 54 that will be referred to as overlapping proposals. And those are going to be read by everybody. So regardless of your assignment to a panel, and the panels are just, they're not entirely random assignment, but those overlapping proposals will help us determine if the panels are evaluating similarly. And so it's going to be kind of a really important element of this multiple panel process. So the remaining 48 proposals are going to be divided between the 3 panels, with each panel receiving technically 16 unique panel-specific proposals. So combined, each panel, so each of you individually will be reading 22 proposals approximately. There will be some considerations for things like recusals. And the 6 overlapping proposals and the 16 panel-specific ones. But you will not know which ones are overlapping and which ones are not, or what any of the other panels will be reading. And we, like I said, the panel assignments are not entirely random. We do take into consideration, you know, the characteristics of our raters. So your expertise, your backgrounds and things like that, so that the panels are diverse and balanced in order to reduce as much bias and as possible. So training is particularly important for this process because a proposal chance assignment really shouldn't impact the chances of a proposal receiving a higher or a lower overall score. We've also built in several other mechanisms into our rating process to ensure that it's equitable across panels. So I'm not going to get into too many of the details because it's not wildly exciting to anybody outside of research. But there is an involvement of inner rater reliability analysis and weighting and standardization that will also assist in the balancing of the panels. So if there are differences between the way that the panels rate, that will be balanced. But what this means for you, I realize it's a lot of information you probably didn't necessarily need. You won't be reading all of the proposals, like I said. So 22 is going to be hopefully the total for each of you. one major and very important element is recusals. I know that America provided you all with a list of the applicants. So since some applicants might be getting more recusals, so if anyone must recuse from a proposal during the rating process, it's likely that that proposal will have to then be assigned to a different panel to make sure that it's rated by enough people. So like I said, we're approximating how many right now there will be, how much you're going to be reading, but there might be a difference of one or two if there are a lot of recusals. Please, with that in mind, let us know as soon as possible whether you need to recuse from a specific application, so that we actually have the time to make this all happen and actually build the panels so that we can get you your dashboards. Also, and this is going to be said throughout, but please don't put off rating to the last minute. I know it can seem tempting. It doesn't seem like that daunting of a process. 22 proposals, it's not that bad, but it's a lot of content. Prop 47 is, as you heard over the last 2+ hours, pretty dense. It is a very substantial grant, and most of these applications are have a lot of moving parts. So I encourage you to start reading early. But within reason, of course, as time allows. So on to the evaluation system. So your job as a rater is going to be
Anna?
Oh yes.
Before you go on, there's a question in the chat. Can you talk about the recusals one more time?
Absolutely. So hopefully all of you received the list of applicants from America. If you didn't, please let us know and we will get that to you as soon as possible. Please take a look at it, take a look at the subcontractors, and please let us know whether you need to recuse from actually rating any of those. And we will take that into consideration as to how we build the panels and who is going to be reading what. I hope that makes sense. Please let me know if you have any other questions.
No, but I want to talk again. So
yes, by all means.
So basically, this is upfront before you even get the proposals, but we also understand that as you read them, you may not think that you have a conflict prior to reading it. That also needs to be, let us know ASAP for that. So it's kind of a conflict of perceived or actual conflict of interest. And if you have any questions, let us know. We can talk you through whether or not we feel that it will, have an impact on the scoring or not. So just, communication is key.
Yes.
Back to you.
And
yeah, thank you. No.
Deirdre, can I ask another question about this? Because I want to make sure I understand. The recusal is mainly about whether you or your agency profits from these decisions. And I'm wondering about, we don't, but some of these organizations we work with, is that sort of what you're looking for, or is it more that there's a financial profit for you or your agency?
I think it's a little of both, but also it's kind of like when you're a juror, can you be fair and impartial knowing the outside stuff you might know? Because as Anna will go through this, you are only going to score these proposals based on what's on paper, on your screen reading and rating. So again, if you think that there might be a conflict or you can't separate that out, just let us know and we can, help make that determination if you should be recused from reading that one proposal. But it has a little bit to do with both financial gain, but also we post on our website who y'all are. And so if someone goes, oh, Deirdre had, you know, she was Raider and I see they're on there and, you know, she didn't like me. She may have rated me lower, kind of a thing.
Okay.
So just let us know and we'll all work through it.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Helene. So yeah, definitely there's like some of it is very objective, obviously profit or agency involvement, and some of it, and even with agency involvement, there are gray areas. A lot of it is also going to be impartiality and the ability to, you know, not have bias. So please take a look at that applicant list and let us know as soon as possible. Truly, for my purposes, I would ideally love to have that information before we start Raider training, but a lot of the time that's not possible. So as soon as you're able to take a look at those and, you know, consider and get those back to America, so highly appreciated. And yes, of course, if you're reading through a proposal and you suddenly realize that you must recuse yourself, we can also do a recusal further down the line.
And then
Anna,
also,
Anna, are you gonna give us the full list of all the subcontractors? Because I noticed that what was sent out, there are some sections that are missing for the subcontractors of some of the cities.
yes, so I can speak on that. So the ones that have the TBD is because they have not subcontracted with anybody yet. It was mentioned in their application that they will be contracting with NGOs, but they have yet to determine which NGOs. So we don't have that information because the applicant themselves still don't know who they're going to work with. So there was a couple of applicants who are still going to do their own process to determine which subcontractors they're going to go ahead and pick. So for those that don't have a subcontractor, then just focus on the lead applicant.
Okay.
And then if you did not receive that, I sent it out yesterday, but I know I've sent an influx of emails. So if you did not receive that applicant list or cannot find it, please let me know and I can go ahead and send that to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, America. Okay, so on to the evaluation system overview. So this is also in the RFP, but your job as a rater is going to be to really focus on two main elements. It's going to be the rating factors and the independent evaluations of them using a 6-point rating scale, so 0 to 5. So each rating factor is going to be independently evaluated, individually evaluated on a 6-point rating scale. And that total score, the overall total score is going to be based on the weight of each of the rating factors. And so you can see that not all of the actual rating factors are weighted equally. So for an application to be considered for funding, the total score must reach a minimum threshold of 130 points, or that's going to be 65%. Additionally, all applicants are going to be, and I know that Helene and America and possibly Stacy as well, I don't even remember now, but have already gone over the fact that all applicants are required to pass a minimum of 50% of the grant funds onto subcontracts with non-government CBOs. And that is not something that you need to worry about. That is something that we've already taken into consideration on our end with their budgets. But it is just a requirement for consideration. So the total score is going to be based on the weight of each of the rating factors. And there is also the potential for these grantees to earn additional preference points. So based on the percent of funds going to subcontracts with CBOs. So if applicants are going to be passing through between 60 and of grant funds, they will receive an additional 2 points. And if they're passing over 70%, they will receive an additional 4 points. So that totals out to, oh, did we have a question? To a total of 204 possible points. So a total of 200 base. And then if they are going to be subcontracting more than 60%, there is a possibility of 4 additional points for consideration. And those 4 points can make a huge difference when an application is on the cusp. So they can be kind of making or breaking the funding cutoff. However, that is not something you will need to worry about. You will only be looking at the rating factors. So you are only going to be taking into consideration the baseline. These additional points will be calculated on the back end. So this training is going to focus on the rating factors and, like I said, the use of that 6-point scale. And once we receive all of your ratings for all of the proposals, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit later, and the criticality of it being all of the proposals, unless you're recusing. And we will analyze that data and we'll be providing you with the rankings via email after we have board approval. Does anybody have any questions? Or Helene, do you have something you'd like to add?
I'll wait. I'll take a back seat. Y'all can chime in. Come on, ask the questions. We want. Remember, we want to make sure. I think the end all be all is that at the end of this training over the next, couple days is that you are really confident in what is being asked of you. And so we want to make sure we are providing any clarification, based on, our experience of what you might need to be able to, do this. It seems like a lot, but Anna's going to walk you through some, a lot of information that should and will make it easier for you.
Hopefully. Yes. Okay. With that, let's actually get into that rating system. So this is hopefully something you received this morning. So this is in that email along with those documents that will hopefully provide you with some assistance with the proposal rating process. So the rating factors are the general categories provided to label sets of information to be supplied in each of the proposals. Basically, you can think of them almost as chapters within a narrative. So each rating factor is comprised of a set of criteria, conveniently numbered here, that specify the type of information that is being requested in the RFP. So in totality, the criteria define the rating factor. And this job aid here that you're seeing is kind of like a shortcut. I mean, this is in the RFP, but this kind of puts everything together. So it's a shortcut guide to help you reference the rating factors as well as the rating criteria with the 6-point rating scale simultaneously. So you can kind of like go back and forth as you're rating. You're going to be using this ostensibly as a rubric. So while you're rating the proposals, you're going to be using it to evaluate the relative quality of each of the responses provided within each factor.
Oh, wow.
So proposals should provide a narrative response that addresses each of the factors and all of the criteria therein, ideally. And that's exactly what you're going to be looking for. So your role is going to be to read the responses and to provide based on the strengths and weaknesses, and this is going to be, you're probably going to get tired of the word strengths and weaknesses, but we're going to get into the actual definitions for those. But you're going to be providing ratings based on the strengths and weaknesses of each response. And you're going to be assigning a single rating that represents how well the response addresses the entire set of criteria. So you're going to be providing a rating for each of the criteria, for each of the factors on the basis of the criteria. And we'll talk about some of the ways to actually conceptualize this in a little bit. Cindy?
Yeah, I do have a question. Okay, so so let me get this right. So, because I don't know how this appears in the actual portal for BSCC. So each section 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, each section has its own rating.
Each factor will have
Each factor has its own rating.
So on the basis of the criteria.
The
so you're using those to inform your rating for project need.
Okay, so here's what I'm getting. Okay, so here's so if that's the case and that's how we're rating, so let's just assume that a grantee did not put 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. Let's just assume they just wrote it.
And some of them don't.
Most of them don't.
Then how can we theoretically begin to put a score on a section that you have delineated with scoring points if the question to the grantee wasn't specifically saying you are required to answer each one of these sections and label them?
So they're not required to label them. However, this is the RFP. So they were told that they need to address each of these criteria within each of these factors. So what you're probably going to see is you're going to see sections labeled project need, community engagement, project description, and so on. And for some of them, you may see delineated sub-criteria that will be labeled. The vast majority of them will not. So what you're going to be doing is you're going to be reading through these, and as you're going through that section, you're just looking to make sure that they are to some degree, and I mean, that's how you determine whether it is a strength or a weakness, and the degree to which it's a strength or a weakness, whether or not they're addressing these elements of the criteria. So they're not going to be answering them, like question answer style, but there is going to be the totality of the entire section and whether or not it addresses things like, criteria 1.1, gaps in service. Are they citing their sources? So these are things that you can absolutely identify as you're going through. And you may find that sometimes they are missing elements. They might not be addressing the gaps in service. And that's something that you will be taking into consideration when you are assigning your ratings. And we will get into greater detail. Trust the process. Yes, thank you. This is where it seems complicated, but each of you is gonna develop your own method for how you approach this, but we're gonna get into this shortly as to how you will be actually assigning the scores. So great question. And I can see the concern of that's a lot of information. Especially when it's presented like this as this wall of text, but that's not how you're going to be going through it. So.
Okay, no, the concern I have is that if each section we're able to apply a point to, score, okay? So, I mean, this is what I'm saying. If we go if I read 1-1 and I'm reading the project need and and then I go 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and I've already given scores to each one of the sections. But if the grantee didn't label that that way, then I might just give it 1 point for the entire section.
Well, so it's important not, and I was going to talk about this a little bit later, but you're not assigning checking off like, oh, do they have a 1 here? Do they have a 1 here? Do they want to have a 1 here? So it's not like you're totaling out each of these sections. The way that we're approaching this is more along the lines of you read through the entirety of project need, and you're going to be looking for these elements, and you're going to be looking for strengths and weaknesses rather than points. So you're not assigning a point like, oh, they hit gaps in service, I'm giving them a point. They didn't hit gaps in service, they're not getting that point. It's more looking at it, and I'm going to say this quite a bit, but more looking at it as a gestalt, because it's not as simple as did they hit it, it's also the quality of it. The degree to which they actually addressed it. They may have addressed it. Is it actually relevant? How relevant is it? Is it quality description? Is it a quality description? And also, Helene has something to contribute.
No, Fig, go.
No, but that's pretty much it. I'm going to get more in depth on this because this is just, you know, early yet.
Okay.
Right. And I think Anna did a great job describing it. And like I put in the chat, it'll make more sense as we go through. But, you know, you're in the end, once you've read the proposal, and you might find that something that you thought should have been in a different, like in, say, the need section, actually is described in the project description of we're going to do this because we have this need, blah, 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 that wasn't clear in the first thing. But now it makes more sense in the description, and you can go back and reevaluate your score for that factor, because it doesn't have to fit in each little segment widget. We give them a character count that they can use per these sections. So, you know, if they ran over in need and then they're like, okay, well, I want to drive it home in project description, you can still reevaluate all of this for the full proposal. And we do not have them specifically in the system answer 1.1, answer 1.2. That's almost like giving them the answers to the test. And so what we want them to do is provide you guys the narrative in a holistic approach of all these components make up their program. Does that kind of make more sense? Kind of, sort of trust the process?
No, it does. It does.
Okay.
Yeah. And so basically the grantee, even though, let's just say all you give them is what, how many characters, you know, a minimum amount of characters, and they need to say more, they can go into the other section and kind of finish it or explain it in the other section as well.
Where it fits best for them, but we want them, when this is provided in the RFP, we want them, for an ease for you guys also, to be able to get all the information of why they even need this money in the need section. But it may not make sense until they combine it or pair it with something in their description. Or the same thing with community engagement. They could talk about need or whatever, and then something in community engagement and how their local advisory committee may have taken a community survey and realized that they were missing the need. So therefore in the description, they're filling that. It's not going to be black and white.
Okay.
It very much isn't. And I think that when I said the gestalt, a big part of it is I'm going to emphasize not just reading each of the factors, each of the sections, and then assigning a score. I recommend not doing that. I'd recommend actually going through and reading the entirety of the proposal. As you're going through, you can address the criteria and you can jot down strengths and weaknesses. And we will talk about this, but we're already kind of in it. We'll talk about it again because it's important. But as you're assigning those strengths and weaknesses, you may notice that they are missing something, but as you're going through, you may identify whatever they're missing in a different section, not necessarily because they ran out of space or whatever, but it's maybe that it was more pertinent to that section. So maybe it was something that should have been addressed in project need, but then they ended up addressing it in project description. And you only notice that after the fact. So my recommendation is don't assign scores, just identify strengths and weaknesses for each of the factors. And then once you're done, once you've read the entirety of the proposal, you have a clear understanding of the full narrative. You understand how everything ties together, because sometimes your scores will change. Sometimes you'll read the project description and it's extremely compelling. And then you read their data collection, evaluation, and budget, and you're brought back down to earth about the fact that a lot of it is just speculative. It's something that they would like to do, but they're only addressing a small element of it. So that's why I encourage you to read through the entirety of it and really just address strengths and weaknesses and not really assign ratings for each of the factors until you've gotten the full overview. And Stacy, I know that you have something to say.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, if you're feeling like overwhelmed at this point and going, oh dear God, what did I get myself into volunteering to do this? It's okay. As Helene and Anna have both said, in terms of trust the process. If you're feeling overwhelmed right now, don't worry about it. It'll all come together later. It's just Anna at this point is just kind of giving you all the pieces and giving you.
And we'll bring it together.
Yeah.
We're gonna put it together.
And then
It'll all come together. So if you're feeling overwhelmed, it's okay.
And I can also speak from personal experience. I've also been a rater before I actually joined the BSCC team. I was a rater numerous times for numerous grants. And I know at the very beginning it does sound overwhelming and you're looking at all this criteria. And then especially because, as mentioned, some grants don't have it delineated with 1.1, 1.2, etc. This will all come together at the end. Research team does a great job with providing examples where we actually all engage together to kind of give you guys a example of how what you may come across. So at the end, it all comes together. A big emphasis on trust the process. Right now, they are just giving you all a blueprint of what to look for. And then once we start doing our actual examples, then it will all come together. But from personal experience, I've been where you've been. It does seem a little bit overbearing sometimes with all the information, but it will come all together at the end, right? It's like a puzzle piece. Right now, we're just doing all the little puzzle pieces, and then we'll be able to see the beautiful image at the end.
And she just stole my thunder, because I was going to say, if America can do this, which she's done several times, y'all can do it. So
that's what a little, perhaps. What do you mean if America can do it?
I'm just being silly in that if America can go through this process and then come back for more and rate again and then come back and rate a different proposal, then everybody can do it.
Yeah.
Because, you know, because she's.
Yeah, I have a couple of these under my belt.
Yeah, and you were just with me shortly on a grant. So and you did awesome. Everybody did great. And I can speak with confidence that, you know, most raters are pretty closely on the same page. So I think that it seems daunting, but I think once you get into it and you start engaging with the process, you see some examples, we work through the exercises, and then you actually start working on the proposals, you're going to get in a rhythm and you will internalize the criteria. They're going to make sense to you. You're not going to be constantly referring back to them because you're going to already be able to identify, oh yes, I remember we're trying to make sure they're addressing the gaps in service. They're describing that here. So,
and then if I may add, also all this information, like this rater aid and the RFP, these are all accessible to you. So please don't think that I have to memorize this rating criteria or I had to memorize, you know, all the RFP components and what was required. No, all of this is provided and is at your fingertips. So when you are rating, you can always refer to all of these documentations so that you have them as assistance.
Yep. Yep, those job aids. I sent those out. They're also going to be available on your dashboard. It is, I'm realizing, noon. We did not establish a specific lunchtime, but do we want to take it now or do we want to push it a little bit?
Well, I guess the question would be, is everybody going to go eat their feelings on this, or should we keep going so that you feel better about it and you don't stress eat?
Yeah. Do you want to do a working lunch, or would you rather just kind of give yourself a break from the monitor and from the computer?
I would recommend we definitely take like a full-on lunch so that people can take a break from it. But just do we take it now is the question. I generally would establish it at noon because that's generally lunchtime, but we can push it maybe till 12:30. Can I just get folks in the chat? How's everyone feeling? Are we thinking 12:30? Good time for break?
Yeah, is this a good time for you, Anna? I mean, does it make sense with your next slide to pick up that, or do like where is a good breaking point to not have to, stop in the middle of a thought?
I mean, this is probably going to be the best. Well,
cool.
People are saying 12:30 though. They're saying 12:30. I mean, we could start, you know what? We could start with project need because these early stages, we're just going to be reading through the factors and just people providing examples. So maybe we can just start in on project need and then we'll take lunch at 12:30.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like so far the 12:30s have it.
So, yeah. All right. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. With that, let's start with the first rating factor, which is project need. And just before we actually dive into it, I want to go over a little bit of terminology. We've kind of already talked about it, but the rating factors are going to be the names provided for each of the categories of information that applicants are expected to provide. And each rating factor is going to be comprised of a set of criteria that you will be using to actually evaluate the proposals. So the criteria are numbered. In this current example for project need, we have 4 criteria for factor 1. Project need is worth 25% of the total score for the proposals. So you're going to be reading the narrative and you're going to be, like I said, assessing the strengths and weaknesses. And then you'll be assigning just a single score that represents how well the responses address all of the criteria collectively. So it's not just a matter of whether or not they addressed the criteria, but a measure of the degree to which they addressed it. So it's possible that they mentioned something and it's not just checking it off, it's how complete is that response and how relevant is it in the context of the rest of the rating factor or the section of project need. Because I always want to bring it back when we get kind of technical talking about it as rating factors and criteria, but it's important to always bring it back to what are they trying to convey here? What is the purpose of this section? So we're going to read through the rating criteria, the rating factors and criteria to get you more acclimated. And we're going to have some discussions going over the rating factors and criteria to make sure we're all really on the same page as to how to interpret the evaluation model. I'm going to read this first one, although a warning, I am possibly losing my voice a little bit. I've been sick. So I will read this first one, but I will be talking a lot over the next couple hours. So I will ask you folks to please assist me with reading the rest of them to the group. I will probably just call on you randomly, if that is okay. So one of your resources, and actually a major resource, is going to be the original RFP. So as you're going through each of the proposals, I'd recommend you have the RFP open, that you can reference back to it, particularly the Prop 47 guiding principles. So those guiding principles that Stacy went over, which are going to be really they're going to be the guiding light to the entire grant. Anytime you're wondering, does this fit in? Not just by reading the criteria, but also how does this fit into the overall intent of the grant? I recommend that you always refer back to the guiding principles, making sure that they reflect the actual priorities of the Prop 47 grant. And those, I think, are on page 6 of the RFP, if I'm not mistaken, if they haven't been moved. So let's start with project need criteria 1.1. Identify and describe the need to be addressed by the Proposition 47 program. The description of the project need should include quantitative and qualitative data to support the need, gaps in service that contribute to the need, and the citations of data sources. So based on these criteria here, actually, you know what, let me read through all of them and then we can go back in. So 1.2 is going to be identify and describe the target population. The description should demonstrate that the target population is measurable, how it correlates to the need, include quantitative and qualitative data to support the description, and include citations of data sources. So very similar, but then this is specifically addressing the target population. Describe the steps taken to address the need of underserved populations in the community, including disparities based on race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, immigration status, etc. And then very small one, but kind of critical, describe how the needs and target population align with the intent of Prop 47. And that's going to be not attachment 1. Why does it say attachment 1? But that's okay. There is no attachment 1. A, apologies. No, there's no attachment A. With that, I would really like everybody to sort of take a look at these, and I would, based on these criteria, I'd like to hear some responses on what you might expect to see from applicants, what you might want to see from applicants in on 1.1. So what are some elements and things that you might want to see?
Anna, I think Deirdre had a question before we get into that.
Absolutely, thank you.
Sure, and I may be jumping the gun, but for 1.3, are you talking about previous steps taken to address, or are you talking about what their proposal will address?
Proposal. It's how they intend to address the needs. Yeah, how the grant, how their programming will address.
Gotcha. Thank you.
But some of them are ongoing, so they may mention prior statistics because a lot of these are ongoing programs, so they're just continuing funding. So they will mention how they are actively addressing them. But let's start with 1.1. If anybody can just chime in. I know most of you have had experience in some elements within this field. So
I'd like to go.
I had a question.
Oh, absolutely. Let's start with the question first, and then we can get into the criteria.
Marcus, did you have the question?
Yeah, no, so under 1.1, 1.2, it says quantitative and qualitative. So does it have to include both? Or is it just any supporting data to support the need or that section?
It's whatever is most appropriate.
Okay.
So like in some cases, it's going to be quantitative. In some cases, it'll be a lot of the time it will be quantitative data just because they're going to be providing statistics. But it's just generally quantitative and qualitative data, whatever supports the need.
Okay, And then also for citations, this might be a silly question, but do you look at the quality of the citations? So, say they're using a website of whatever nature that to support their statement. Do you look at quality of citations at all, or is it just any citations?
So for your purposes, when you're actually rating, and that's a great question, please do not look at the citations. So they may have, bibliographies and things like that. They may cite outside sources. They may reference awards or groups or other things. We request that you don't actually Google anything outside of what you're reading. Don't do any additional research because you can't do that potentially for every single one of the grants. And the whole point is that you're focusing on what is on the paper. Most of the time, the citation of the sources is just going to be like statistics. But our hope is if they are mentioning, several awards they received and things like that, we're not wanting you to go out and like look all of that up, make sure that it's accurate. That is too time consuming and it's unrealistic. And it's also not necessarily pertinent to this process.
I was actually more referring to, so say they use citing Wikipedia versus, a peer-reviewed.
Well, even that, that not going to be your problem. So
Is that a strength or a weakness?
Gotcha.
I mean, you can say like if they include citations and data sources. Yes, I guess if you are looking at it and you identify something that is not a reliable source, not a reliable or primary source, then yes, you may potentially include that in your considerations of your rating because that is part of the rating criteria, like citation of data sources. But as far as verifying anything or further investigation or research, please don't do that. But yes, I completely agree. Yes, if they're citing like Wikipedia or Wikipedia is not going to be the worst one.
Right, exactly.
Thank you. Pretty accurate when it comes to statistics, but yeah, if you identify a source that is, wildly concerning, yes, you can probably consider that in your rating.
You could also consider at what level type data are they providing? Are they providing data that actually is geographically appropriate, local data versus, data in the Netherlands? If they're talking about their need, you would need to determine whether or not that's a strength or a weakness of that section.
That and also the recency of the data is going to be something you want to be looking out for. So if they're applying for a grant in 2025, if they're referencing data from 2015, that could be problematic. So that's something to watch out for. Some circumstances, they might be referencing data that is outdated by a couple of years, and that might just be the reporting standard for whatever agency they're citing. But if you're seeing something that's 5-10 years old, something to take into consideration.
Thank you for that question. Hang on. Didn't someone else have a comment about they were going to talk about, you asked them about 1.1, like what might it be? What might they consider strength or weakness in this?
Yes, and Nakia,
Okay.
did you want to chime in on this?
Yes, I would consider looking at 1.1 and having firsthand experience with seeing how some of the issues that our community is affected with. I would like to see if they state what the percentage rate of the particular recidivism rate for someone with mental health and substance abuse, and also how it impacts the homeless community. And looking at the gaps in service, I would assume that, not just assume, but looking at the gaps in service one of the gaps in services is the length of time that it actually takes to get into treatment and the available treatment beds to be able to put people in. So having some solutions that are helpful to fill those particular gaps would be something that would be nice to see.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you. I think it's going to be critical for them to identify, and a lot of the time they will actually use the term gaps in service because they're trying to draw attention to that, and that's a good thing. But most of the time you're going to be looking for, I mean, there's going to be plenty of data of some variety, and hopefully most of it will be cited. But I think a primary focus is also going to be in the need element itself, the gaps in service. Why is this important? Why are they? Why should they be awarded this grant? So thank you so much. Let's go for 1.2. So this is regarding the target population. Does anybody have any ideas of what they would like to see for criteria 1.2, or things that you don't want to see? That is also something we can discuss.
This is Lisa. I would like to see that the actual grantee demonstrates they know their community, because you can speak in general terms, but if that's not your rural area, that's not your whatever, we know housing is an issue everywhere. But if you don't cite housing for your community and population, then I would be a little concerned about the strength of what you're proposing. So I want to see that this area demonstrates you know your community or your thing, and it's not just you have a professional grant writer who put this in.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you so much. And I think, yes, that's showing that they have an understanding of their community, that it's not just a general, lip service. And I think that that's something you're going to want to be on the lookout for throughout, particularly with a couple of other sections where you, actually this next one here, 1.3, making sure they're not just paying lip service when addressing the needs of underserved populations. A lot of the time you might see use of terms like trauma-informed and community responsive. And it's like, that's perfectly fine, but you have to provide specificity. So thank you so much for that. And with that, let's actually segue into 1.3, which is on the same wavelength, but does anybody have any ideas for what they'd like to see or not see for criteria 1.3 in addressing the needs of underserved populations?
I would say how services actually flow, the actual delivery of services, because also then again, back to what I see is I see certain things that don't quite come together in the community when it comes to these different types of entities providing services. So being able to describe the steps taken to address the needs of the underserved population, I think it would be important to look at how are the services rolled out, specifically how, because, everybody has case management and different things to that nature, but specifically how is it being delivered? How some of the specifications of how services are being delivered.
Absolutely, and they might address that to some degree in project need, but it's very likely that you're going to see more of that in project description, where there is going to be a section that specifically speaks to the way that they're implementing the services, and that will require a lot more specificity. Whereas here, this project needs section is going to be primarily focused on the target population, the gaps in service, and which specific populations they intend to actually serve with their programming.
We have a comment.
Yes, I'm seeing that. Marcus
yeah.
says, when it comes to local data, especially our small counties, sometimes the data isn't really available. So I can imagine it'd be even more difficult for CBOs. So if they are citing, say, state/national data, I'd want to see qualitative data to support those data and statements saying that the data wasn't available or access wasn't possible. I would also like to see that. A lot of the time, they're not going to go quite that far, but that would be ideal if they're not able to provide something that would be relevant, that they call it out, that they don't have access to it. But yeah, thank you so much.
And the fact that it would be interesting to see if that was pointed out. Are they going to use some of this money to help them data collect, because they need to have that 5% to do all those types of things? So you could look at it and say, well, you don't have it, but then when you get to the other section, it's not kind of leveling out. It's like, well, if you don't have it, are you just going to go, well, too bad? And that could be a strength or a weakness in your mind when reading the entirety of the proposal.
Although we do also have to consider that, you know, for the ones that are small scope grants, you know, in smaller agencies, there isn't going to necessarily be the same expectation that they're going to be able to have the same access as larger agencies with a larger ask as well. So that is something to take into consideration a little bit further down the road when we talk about the evaluation element of this, where you're not going to have the same expectation for a grant that's requesting, you know, 3 or 5 million versus significantly less than that, in terms of the capacity, ostensibly, and what they're going to be capable of actually accomplishing. But we'll talk about that in a little bit when we get to eval. So last one here for 1.4, describe the needs and how the needs and target population align with the intent of Prop 47. If anybody wants to address this one, we can talk about it, but I feel like we've kind of covered it in some of the other criteria. This is mostly making sure that they're going back to the actual guiding principles, and that they are addressing the target population to that. Okay, well, with that, if anybody has any other comments, if not,
yeah, I have a comment before we do go.
Absolutely.
I would like to see, and I'm not sure where it all fits in here, from my own experiences, the type of intake that is taking place, because there are so many instruments and tools available that people can use to, you know, do an initial assessment so that we can determine the person who's receiving the services, you know, is actually eligible for those services. And here's how we determine that. You know, we used an instrument that has validity, and you know, and maybe if I'm a small base organization, maybe I put in my grant application a consultant that may come in and provide some expertise on utilizing these kind of intake assessments, so that we are meeting those particular needs that we want this funding to go to. And the last thing is, I'm going to advocate for local data. Being in the field, as long as I've been in the field, I have seen people will use national data, state data, but you don't see local data. You don't see the data, and many organizations, I would like to see them taking the time to collect their own data, because they could substantiate the state and federal data with their local data. So it all supports each other. You know, and I think so many times, you know, we'll say, you know, I've seen this where a small organization, you know, they do, and many of them do, they conduct focus groups with their clients or with the youth, and they'll collect some data that represents what the larger state and federal data is saying. So I would really support the local driven data as strong as a state data or data coming from Utah.
I mean, most of the time they will ideally be providing that. I think it's usually a good sign if they have a mix of both, where they're kind of giving you the macro and then the micro. And you will hopefully see that on most of the project needs sections. But I think Marcus's comment does come into play where, you know, it's in some cases a question of access, but I do also agree with Helene that, you know, if they don't have access, is that something that they're factoring into the grant request, into the funding request, where they want to be able to actually track this at a local level? Are they factoring in some of those funds for data collection and evaluation as well? All right, thank you so much, everyone. That was phenomenal. So that's project need. We've just gone through the first rating factor. And Sandy, you are completely on point. We will actually be diving more into everything you discussed in a couple of criteria down the road here. So there definitely will be a requirement that is addressed. But with that, it is in fact 12:36. I think we should probably go for adjourn for lunch. Or we're good. Sorry, we're diving into rating factor 2. So this is going to be community engagement. This is worth a total of 15% of the total score. And like I said before we went on lunch, I read factor 1, but I will, apologies. Yeah, really quickly. Sorry, folks. Now I'm having a bit of a technical difficulty. Let me go ahead and reconfigure my screens. I have no idea why everything moved, but we will get it adjusted very quickly.
I did that on break. I moved
That's
everything around.
I had it all adjusted, but apparently at some point I moved one of my screens and then everything went completely sideways. It's like adding an image to Word, you know, everything moves like 4 pages down, your text vanishes and it's in a totally different format and you hear sirens in the background. And then you try to figure out, what did I do? Let me go ahead and put this back up. There we go. Okay, so rating factor 2. So if possible, I would love folks to volunteer because we do have a lot of reading. So let's start with, well, I guess I'll volunteer you if possible. Lisa, would you mind reading rating criteria 2.1?
No problem. Describe the engagement process used to solicit membership to the Prop 47 Local Advisory Committee. The description should address 1, how the input was obtained from a cross-section of stakeholders and other interested parties. 2nd, how and why certain community partners were selected. And 3rd, steps taken to ensure the process was fair, inclusive, comprehensive, and transparent.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And Nakia, can I get you to read 2.2, please? Maybe we can come back to her. Sorry. Oh, Nakia?
I think we lost her.
It's
No, I'm here.
mute button. I'm telling you.
What? It's wrong.
It's the mute button. Yeah. Would you mind reading criteria 2.2, please?
Okay. Describe the process of ensuring the Prop 47 local advisory committee meetings are sufficiently noticed, accessible to the public, and include opportunities for participation.
Awesome, thank you. And Marcus, can I get you to read 2.3?
The Prop 47 Local Advisory Committee membership roster, Attachment C, is included, along with letters of agreement, Attachment D, signed by all members. The makeup of the committee should include a diverse group of stakeholders and other interested parties and reflect the makeup and culture of the community and identified need.
Awesome, thank you. So starting with rating criteria 1, or 2.1, I don't know why I keep saying that, 2.1. Can anybody give me some examples of what you'd like or expect to see in this section, what you'd ideally like to see, or maybe some things you wouldn't be thrilled to see here, or things that are critical, for instance?
I'll jump in to go back to a conversation we had before lunch, making sure that the organizations are actively engaged in the communities, that they're not just coming into this new, that they have longstanding connections and a track record in working with the community they're going to be serving.
Absolutely, and making sure that that's something that you're seeing detailed, not just listed. Anything else for criteria 2.1?
I would like to see them say, when they say what was the steps to ensure that it was a fair, inclusive, and comprehensive process, how did you engage the community to decide who you're going to do? What did you do? What did you put out a notice, or who did you solicit to say, hey, we're taking this, and then making that decision?
Yeah, sort of to go along the same lines, engagement should include obviously the community and people in the community that have the needs, or starting from not just city and county and stakeholders. It has to be heavily weighted in engagement with the community that it's serving.
Absolutely, thank you. And yes, also mentioning, of course, potential steps that they might be taking to avoid bias, and ensuring that, stakeholders all have an equal voice. Let's move on to criteria 2.2. So this is a quick one. I don't know if anybody has anything for 2.2.
Public meeting notice, either Bagley King or Brown Act. Where are you putting that at?
Perfect. Absolutely. So yes, making sure that they are accessible, and that information is widely available. Criteria 2.3. Does anybody have anything they'd like to see in 2.3? I realize that this is a big portion of this is going to be making sure that the proposals that you're reading are actually have the required attachments, but also reading through all of those and verifying that this is a diverse group of stakeholders, and that they do make up the culture of the community that they're trying to serve. So I don't know if anybody has anything for 2.3. That one is fairly straightforward, but it is something, this is an element that this grant has that a lot of grants do not have. So please do make sure that you are actually reviewing that, and that it is aligning with this criteria. And Helene, I think you have something that you want to add.
See that I unmute, and that's why
I can see that you unmute.
Oh, my secret. Okay, all I was going to say is that with this one, there is, for the local advisory committee, this was from the executive steering committees, and they did not prescribe any specific makeup. But if you don't know the area, please do not Google just a general idea of the makeup of that jurisdiction, that county, potential, cultural percentages. Just use your best judgment based on the information provided to you in the writing.
So I have a question with this one because I was going to bring that up. How would we know? And typically, I see here attachment C, which is the roster. The roster is going to say, because I know, for instance, when we have our roster, we say whether it's an individual, it's a family member, or if it's a professional. So is it some type of box there with that, like the name or whatever, and then there's going to be another one? It'll be some type of identifying information there that they're going to put in?
Yes, we're going to have the rosters and also the individual letters, but the roster is going to have the names and the affiliations as well.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. And I think we had a hand up as well.
Yes,
Yeah,
that was me,
yes,
Melissa.
Melissa? There you go.
My only feedback on 2.3 that I saw that I thought might be useful is like for having, how everyone has to like supply the written material for the grants in that submittable, but to maybe like have like bios, I guess, on everybody, like the why, like why did we choose these people? That was kind of my only thought, like if just for more background, because I think the attachments just like they're just documentary on who's participating.
Are correct. It was not prescriptive, and again, it was just an overall, we want to make sure somehow that they are doing this. They didn't, give any other direction. So if they talk about it in this whole section about how they solicited the membership, how they got it, that might give you more information. But again, as Anna's saying, if you have questions and it's not, apparent, that may be a weakness for you.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's no, it's not prescriptive, but if there isn't really anything that clues you into why these people were selected and why we're supposed to assume that this is a reflection of the community that they're trying to serve, then that is something you would take into consideration when rating.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
Phenomenal work, folks. I really appreciate everybody chiming in, getting involved. For those of you who haven't had a chance to speak yet, I would love to hear from you. Let's, with that, go on to rating factor 3. So this is going to be a big one. This is project description for the total of 30% of the total score. Can I please get Miguel, can you please read rating criteria 3.1? Maybe we're having another mute issue. Well, we'll come back to you, Miguel. Sandy, would you mind reading 3.1?
Okay. Describe how the targeted population will be identified according to the following criteria. 1, referral process. 2, risk needs assessments. And 3, having a mental health or substance use disorder need.
Thank you so much. Jose, can I please get you to read 3.2?
Sure. Excuse me, sure. Describe the types of service, sources of service, and method of delivery that they will be made available to the target population, including the plan for selecting the types and kinds of services to be provided to each participant, recent needs assessments, the projected number of target population to be served, and a plan for ensuring that individuals who have been most impacted by Prop 47 or Prop 36, if applicable, with an emphasis on racial and ethnic disparities, receive the proposed services. How the services will be delivered, included length and duration. How the design and implementation plan of the project demonstrates values in community partnerships and collaboration. The roles, responsibilities, and activities of the case managers, system navigators, and or other staff delivering the services.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. You know what? There is another slide for this rating factor. This is a big one with a lot of content. So let's actually just address these two to start. So for criteria 3.1, can I get some input on what folks would like to see here as far as the referral process, risk needs assessment? Does anybody have any thoughts?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mentioned that before.
Yeah.
You did, yes.
The intake and assessment, to me, is going to be very critical here. I'd like to also see what instrument they're actually using to make those assessments. Because there's instruments that could be used to evaluate substance use disorders. There's instruments to evaluate risk assessments and the needs, and I'd also would like to see if the agency themselves has collected in the past year assessment data themselves.
Absolutely. Yes, I remembered you mentioning that earlier, and I was like, we're definitely going to get into it, and it's going to be required that they address their referral process and risk needs assessments. So it's absolutely preferable that they actually delineate the measures that they're using, and also hopefully they're validated measures. And sometimes they'll even provide those materials to us, but usually not until they're actually the grant is already underway. But it is fantastic when they have a clear idea of exactly which materials they're going to be using, which measures, and they're able to discuss that. And also something to keep in mind when it comes to things like referral processes. Hopefully they show evidence demonstrating that there will be some kind of follow-up that in terms of following participants throughout the system. So actually describing the referral process not as just, this is the number of participants that were referred, but the entire line.
Can I add something?
Yes, absolutely.
I know everybody's waiting with bated breath. It's not even really enough, in my opinion, that they list their risk and needs assessments, but how they're actually using that to determine the individualized services that they need. It's not like, oh, we put this in a case management file and we did it, but everybody gets the same thing. That they're actually using the data from those assessments for their client's plan.
Right, and nobody's asking you to determine the appropriateness of certain measures that they might be using. For instance, many of you will probably be familiar with some of these measures, but the key is that they're going to describe how that's relevant and how that's going to lead to follow through in terms of the services they will be provided on the basis of those assessments. Okay, then this is a big one. Criteria 3.2. Does anybody have anything that they would like to see in this section? There is a lot to look at here, so there's going to be a lot of elements to go through when reviewing project description.
I would just say like case management and case plans would be the biggest things that would fall under this criteria, and just wanting to make sure that there's a very clear deliverable in place for any of these service providers.
Absolutely, thank you so much.
I would want to see the connection between your population because, again, like we say, housing is so general. Housing, how for if you're choosing LGBTQ or this over in the rural area or probation or this, because the housing needs and where you can put people and to safely consider this. So I want to know if you're putting that, like, what thought, that practicality in there. It's like you tell me because I may not know, but I have a little bit of sense to say, well, you can't put housing of that person over here in this community and then expect them to be successful without these other wraparound services. So looking at it holistically, actually from point 1 to 2 to coming up to 3, all of that stuff should align now. I should have a clearer picture as to how it's going to work together. And if I get to this point and I don't, I'm probably going to start back picking things through to say, how does this tell the story so I can really understand how you're going to practically give services to determine the strength and the weakness of this at this point.
Yes, I absolutely agree. And I think that you mentioned something really critical, and I think you're going to see that particularly with this section, is how it really should tie back to the project need and how those gaps in service are being addressed here in particular. Also making sure that they're talking about things like the length and duration of the services being delivered. So this is a section where it's not just about, I mean, every section is like this, but making sure that they're not just hitting these points, but that they're actually elaborating on the mechanics of this, because this is really the heart of the program. How are the services being delivered? And this involves the population and also how it all ties back to the need. So this is a lot of moving parts. And so the focus should be here, not on whether or not they actually detailed something. And I think that that's something we also mentioned in criteria 3.1, but the extent to which they elaborated on it. So when they talk about, like we said, risk needs assessment, not just listing, these are the ones we're going to implement, this is what we're going to use, but how that ties into this specific population, why these are appropriate.
I'd also like to hear them say who will be providing this service. And I think that's when we tie into the cultural relevancy or cultural responsiveness, because I mean, for example, if you say I'm going to be practicing cognitive behavioral therapy, well, cognitive behavioral therapy, who's going to provide that? And then then like, what's the prerequisite for someone to get into that? You know, because if you're working in the community, you know that sometimes a lot of our young people and people who are living in the community with lived experience, they're not going to jump into a therapist room and say and talk about all their problems. You know, there's a whole system that goes along with it. Who is the therapist? How do you prepare them to go into a therapy? So, you know, I'd like to find out from them when they say cultural relevant, because everybody writes that down. Okay. I hear it all the time, cultural responsiveness. And I'm thinking, okay, what do you exactly mean by that? So I'd like them to spell out a little bit more about who is the people that you are going to be bringing. And if you don't have it, then you can say, we plan to hire, you know, a therapist who looks like and reflects like in the community that we're serving. Yeah, that's what I'd like to see.
Absolutely. I completely agree. And yes, I think that that's something that was mentioned earlier as well, that there's the expectation that they meet some of these criteria, and you're going to sometimes see them paying lip service by using the terminology. And I don't want you to let that sway you, because they're mentioning it, you saw it somewhere here. I'm hearing from most of you that you're looking for the specifics of it. You're looking for how this ties back to the community, to the population they're serving, and how the people who are going to be providing these services actually have the necessary experience and reflect the community to be able to provide them. Right. So that is phenomenal work, folks. However, this criteria or this rating factor is, like I said, a big one. Although that criteria is probably the most densely packed out of all of them across all the rating factors. So these ones are a little bit more bite-sized. So let's go on to criteria 3.3. Jamie, can I please get you to read 3.3?
Sure. Describe how the service delivery approach is culturally competent and responsive, trauma-informed, gender responsive, and provides for accessibility, advances principles of restorative justice, and acknowledges and addresses known barriers to serving target populations.
I think that this absolutely is piggybacking on what we were just discussing. And so, like I said, these are going to be some of those terms that you're going to be seeing probably bandied about quite a bit, particularly trauma-informed and culturally responsive and things like that. And you want to be on the lookout for those specifics. Let's see, we have Deirdre. Can I please get you to read 3.4?
Sure. Describe the process used to determine who will provide services, including how providers address the needs and interests of the target population, and how the provider's administrative, staff leadership, etc., involves people with lived experience, have been system impacted, or have varying educational levels and life experiences.
And as you can see, Sandy, you were ahead of the game on a lot of these. You know, you were talking about this stuff in the grading criteria in factor 1 still. So I understand that they are critical, and this is why you're going to see that some of this might be mentioned in earlier sections. But the key is to make sure that it is actually addressed somewhere, either within earlier sections or, you know, somewhere in project description. Some of it might be mentioned in project need. So the expectation might be that the factor is going to be predominantly self-contained, but there are plenty of proposals where they'll talk about the gaps in service, they'll talk about the target population, and then they'll kind of launch into the current program. And then the project description is going to be more of the recent work that they're trying to accomplish. So you might see a little bit of bleed through across those two sections, but everybody is very much hitting on these particular pieces. Deanna, can I please get you to read 3.5?
Describe the plan to minimize startup time so that services can be delivered as soon as possible.
That's a quick one.
I can do 3.6 too if you like.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right. Describe how the project meets the spirit and intent behind the statute and the Prop 47 guiding principles.
Awesome, thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and read 3.7. If your agency plans to leverage outside funds, include a brief description of which other federal, state, or local funds or other social investments will be leveraged and how they will contribute toward the success of the proposed project. If you do not plan to leverage outside funds, explain why. And Lisa, can I please get you to read 3.8?
Yes. Complete the project work plan, attachment B, identifying the top 3 goals and objectives of the project and how these will be achieved in terms of the activities, responsible staff or partner agencies, the outcome measures, data sources, and start and end dates.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, folks. I realize that this is a lot of reading. We have talked quite a bit about 3.3 and 3.4, but does anybody have anything else that they might want to contribute here on either one of these? Because these are pretty critical elements. As you can see, they take up 2 full criteria, plus there's also some in the prior rating criteria as well for 3.2.
Can I ask, in terms of, you know, talking about culturally competent, trauma-informed, gender responsive, is there anything we're sort of using as a definition of that, or are we just sort of taking their word or sort of trying to read between the lines? again, if they just throw out the terms, it doesn't mean they're actually doing that work. And without doing additional research, how do we sort of gauge how they should be rated?
Well, and so that's where your expertise comes into play. I think that all of you are here because you have experience working within this field to some extent. And so we're not going to tell you exactly how you determine what is considered a strength or a weakness, or what is low or high scoring proposal. But as you're going through this, if you're reading it and you feel like they're just paying lip service, if you're seeing those terms, but you're not seeing anything that really informs that, they're not talking about how the staff, like I think Sandy talked about it quite a bit, the staff that they're describing, they're not really talking about their lived experience. They're not talking about how this is going to be culturally relevant, how it's going to be trauma informed services. Like, what types of therapies are they going to be providing that they're trauma informed? There are delineations for that, and we're not expecting you to know any of that. But when you're reading it, does it actually does it inform you about these topics? If you're just reading it and all you're seeing is those words, those keywords popping up, but there's really nothing to back that up, please take that into consideration in the way you rate it. Sometimes you will see those terms mentioned when they're referring to the type of program that the type of programming they're trying to provide, but then you're going to see them go into greater detail in other sections. So a lot of the time you'll see they might talk about that in project need when they'll mention elements of their program, especially if it's an ongoing program. But then most of the time you're going to see them really flush that out in the project description section. And if they're not, then you rate accordingly. But no, we don't expect you to do any additional research. And that's the key. You shouldn't have to. They should be informing you in all of this. With regard to minimizing startup times, there are some considerations. So there should be some mention of the specificity of the timing of things, and also of the timing of partnership agreements, for instance. But we should also keep in mind that there's going to be an implementation period. So they're likely not going to be executing agreements on day one. So there might not be that much specificity on the exact timeframes, but there should be at least some mention of how they intend to put things into motion, I guess, if they already aren't. Because like I said, many of these are going to be ongoing programs. Does anybody have anything for 3.5? That they'd like to see? I realize it's not a wildly exciting one.
I think people could draft RFPs in advance. They could have their agreements ready to go, kind of plug and play. You can have all of that stuff ready.
Helene, I feel like you might be able to speak more to this in terms of what to expect.
I can speak about all of it.
I know you can.
Yeah, no, I think for this one, for 3.5, which I think is kind of the umbrella statement of this, is that, they didn't know like who you guys are in order to read and rate. They need to, it could have been, my 22-year-old for all they know. Their audience, they need to be writing for them, and they can't assume that their audience knows all the terminology, knows what they, say as in, oh, well, we're just, it's a bureaucratic startup time. What does that mean? It's different for the state than it is the county, than potentially an NGO. So I think the lens is, did they try to explain anything to you in this? And that's a strength or a weakness in how you're looking at these criteria. But for minimizing the startup time, yes, we want, services to be delivered as soon as possible, but did they talk about a roadmap? Maybe they are a brand new grantee and this money is something that they need desperately, but maybe this is the first time that they're able to submit an application. It may not be a weakness that they need to take some time to get their ducks in a row, and that they don't have the financial or the staffing resources to do everything up front, like a big agency might be able to in like a small county or city where it's not a big deal for them to pre-prep and have all these on a retainer. They may not be able to start that until they actually know that they're getting the award. So we've seen that too. But if they're starting from scratch and they have a plan, minimizing, may not be necessarily what you want to focus in on, but do they have a thoughtful roadmap for getting up and running, within the time frame that they have and in their work plan? I mean, if they're, a big county and that says, well, it's going to take us 1.5 years, that's going to provide you information. If it's a small rural county and they provide you with some information, you're like, that's reasonable, then that is also information. So you can't judge everybody based on the same criteria. You have to take into consideration, what they're telling you as part of their need and what they're trying to get going. And is it reasonable to you?
Yeah, thank you so much, Elaine. I think a roadmap is a great way of thinking of it. I think, and I struggle with this one because they use the word minimize startup time, but like you said, that's a very subjective term, and also that might not be feasible for some of these grantees. I think that we are going to be really looking at, and to sort of get an idea of this roadmap as well, is going to be criteria 3.8. You're going to be looking to the work plan. You're going to be looking at those dates to see whether whether the roadmap actually makes sense, whether what they're telling you, and once again, this is going to really tie in your expertise, whether you think it's feasible to do what they're purporting to do in the time frame that they are providing you. So they're going to be, we'll talk about that in just a second, but the work plan is going to have the goals and objectives, and you're going to be looking at whether those objectives can be fulfilled in the time that they are allotting for it. But also taking into consideration, I think, Helene, that was a really good point, that some of these agencies are not going to have the exact same resources. So some of them may not have the capacity to be able to have a lead time. Some of them might be just getting off the ground. And so this is really going to be a very subjective thing to take into consideration. Let's take a look at 3.6. So it's a really short one, but it's kind of critical to describe how the project meets the spirit and intent behind the statute and Prop 47 guiding principles. So this is going to have you, once again, referring back to those guiding principles in the RFP. And then this isn't just going to be a sentence. I feel that, at least from my perspective, and everybody is going to rate differently, but particularly for 3.6, this isn't so much you're looking for statements. This is, does the totality of what you're reading in this particular factor actually address the guiding principles of this grant? So you're not looking for a single sentence or a paragraph even. You're looking to see if the gestalt of this entire section really is addressing the intent of the grant. Although some of them will be very explicit about it as well, and that's fine. Does anybody have anything for criteria 3.7?
I do really quickly. So, and this is just, I'm just curious about this. So much federal and state fund has been frozen, paused,
yeah,
kicked to the curb. So what happens if a grantee, you know, was awarded a SAMHSA grant that got frozen and they put that down as a leverage? Or if they said, well, we got a state grant, but somehow that was federal funds and it's frozen now or paused. Does that affect them at all? Or is this just, you know, I mean, I know that's happening all over the place right now.
My crystal ball and my magic 8 ball are sensing the answer is going to be, if it seems like that funding stream is appropriate to leverage funds for this program, that's what you need to go after or go off of. We can't predict what's going to happen to anybody and any program a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. So on a programmatic side, as staff, we will work with them to assist them in finding other funding streams that are like what they were trying to do. We're more concerned of the bottom line of having those partnerships and the dollar amount than what the name of the funding stream is. So if they can use a funding stream that, say it was for veteran affairs, and that, say, gets frozen, but they have some other, even non-federal, say, I don't know, the endowment, came up with something. If they can use that money for the same types of augmentations to the program, then that's perfectly fine. But if they were like, well, we have to stop the housing component, but we can do job skills and car repair, that's not really what they were rated on. And so we would have to work with them to find something that would take the place of it without doing a complete 180. And they will be contractually obligated for the amount, not necessarily where it comes from.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, it does. There's so many. I mean, that happens. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but just remember, it's not a requirement. So, if they determine that their leverage funds was going to be through a federal funding stream, and now it's going to be through their county Department of Health, great, because they're still getting a partnership. They're still having that match funding to do part of the project that we look at as the entire project, not just the grant funded piece if they have leverage.
Thank you.
Good question.
Thank you so much, Helene, and thank you, Sandy. Yeah, this is a section that generally there's not an expectation that anybody would really have much to contribute to, but I appreciate you asking the questions because I think many people are just during Raider training, there's so much information, not sure what to even ask until you're going through it and realizing, oh, okay, that actually is something that I want addressed. So I really appreciate you engaging with the content. As far as criteria 3.8, so this is going to just be making sure that they have their work plan. So I'm not expecting anybody to contribute anything here, but you will be looking through the work plan and making sure, because this is going to be a document and you're going to see an example of it, but making sure that they've mentioned their goals and the appropriate objectives to fulfill said goals. And also taking a look at those timelines. So they're going to have the actual start and end dates for the activities that they plan to implement to achieve their objectives and goals. And that's where your expertise is going to come into play, where you're going to be, evaluating, does this make sense? Does, 4 months for something actually make sense? Or should it be, a year, for instance? Helene, I feel like you had something now.
No, not necessarily, except for just know that what's in the goals and objectives and that piece of the work plan, research is going to be looking at that on a regular basis with their progress reports and making sure that they provide that information. And on a staff level for administration, we're going to make sure that within narrative and conversations and even looking at their funding, that they are appropriately spending for the activities they said they were going to achieve within that timeline, but also know that, you know, things come up, crystal balls, magic 8 balls, those types of things. We do allow some flexibility for them to catch up should they need to, whether it's funding related, hiring issues, those types of things. So we follow up once the award and contract is in place.
Yeah, and making sure that they're actually keeping keeping on top of those goals and objectives. And if they do change, then that goes through to the field reps. Because there is some expectation that, you know, especially if it is a startup grant or startup program, that there may be some changes. There might be, as they progress forward, maybe some of the objectives shift, but that absolutely goes through the field reps for approval. Okay, folks. Well, we've gotten over the hump of project description, which is a heavy one, very content laden. And we're on to my favorite section, data collection and project evaluation, worth 15% of the total score. So here we have 4.1, describe the plan to determine the staff and or entity that will conduct the project evaluation and how monitoring activities to ensure that interventions are implemented as intended will be incorporated in the various phases of the project. For example, startup, implementation, service delivery period, etc. Deirdre, can I please get you to read 4.2?
Sure. Identify the process and outcome measures that are quantifiable and in line with the intent of Proposition 47, the proposed project and the goals and objectives listed in the work plan, refer to Attachment B. Recidivism, as defined by the BSCC, must be included as an outcome measure.
Fantastic, thank you so much. And Miguel, can I please get you to read 4.3?
Describe the preliminary research plan for how the applicant will collect and evaluate baseline and outcome data related to the process and outcome indicators identified in 4.2. If the outcomes you propose to track require you to collect data from an outside entity, include a plan for entering into data sharing agreements, including agreements to obtain recidivism and other de-identified individual level data.
Fantastic, thank you so much. So with 4.1, does anybody have anything that they would like to see here as far as the staff associated with project evaluation?
That they have some sort of background in data analysis and collection.
Absolutely. And I mean, we don't require it, but we encourage applicants or grantees to hire evaluators. And the hope is that, particularly with some of the larger awards, that they will do that since there is a 5% requirement for data collection and evaluation. Some of the smaller ones, it might be a little bit more difficult since obviously that money isn't going to go quite as far. But we always encourage them to seek out an evaluator, somebody who has the experience to be able to write up the required reports, because we have a local evaluation plan, which is basically the roadmap for their entire project, and then eventually a local evaluation report, which is the summary and the evaluation of their entire program at the tail end of the grant, which is pretty hefty. Does anybody have anything for 4.2 in terms of considerations here?
Just, do we have the definition of recidivism? Is that in the proposal itself, in the RFP?
Yes, it is. The required BSCC definition is going to be in there. They can also, some jurisdictions, some agencies are going to have, or some localities are going to have different definitions of recidivism. And if they want to provide additional information, we welcome that as well, as long as they are providing us to the standard of the BSCC definition as well. Anything else? Because this section, I think it stumps people, especially if they don't have a background in evaluation or statistics. We do provide materials for grantees, so they are able to actually, quantify what they need to. But
so Anna, they're going to need to come up with all the outcome measures for the 3 years in the grant, and are they going to need to explain or show what kind of instrument or tools they're going to use to measure that?
Yes, so they're going to be providing us with the process and outcome measures, aligning with the goals and objectives that they provide us. So you're going to see in the work plan, they're going to have, it's pretty clearly delineated. So we have goals and then objectives to achieve those goals, the activities associated with that, and the timeline for those activities, as well as the process and outcome measures associated with those objectives. So it's not so much like all of the potential of outcome measures. It's the ones associated with achieving the goals and objectives they've listed in their work plan. There may be significantly more than that. And yes, we do want them to be able to actually provide the measures that they will be using, particularly at this level. For Prop 47.
So if they say on this section that we intend to form an evaluation committee, and then the committee will come up and make some decisions about this, that's not good enough.
No, so they would need to have an idea of what that committee is going to be working with, what their end goals are. They should already have an idea of what their goals and objectives, well, shouldn't have an idea. They will have to delineate that in the previous section. They have to know that. And the reason we talk about hiring an evaluator is because that will make it easier to, if they already are not in process of collecting data, to figure out which data is going to be appropriate to collect in order to quantify the goals and objectives that they've set out for themselves.
Okay.
You didn't ask if I had anything on it.
Oh no, I just assumed. I was waiting.
Okay. All of that, what you just discussed, absolutely. But just as some background also is once they are awarded, research and staff will work with them with their local evaluation plan to really hone in on some things that they may not be able to be that specific about in their application. But if you, again, it's what's in front of you, and do you feel that that is doable, reasonable, meets the straight face test in what their need is, what their description of the project is, and if that's even something that they can measure with what they're putting forth to you. So again, could be a strength or a weakness, just depending on what they provide you here on paper or on your screen.
Absolutely. Yeah, we will work with them. We'll provide TA as needed. This is up to you to determine whether when you're reading it, what they're providing you actually seems feasible. So if they're telling you they're going to be measuring an outcome, does the actual tool that they are specifying makes sense. And you may not be familiar necessarily with the measures, but the actual element, the actual like numerical element that they plan to quantify. Like, are they collecting baseline data like pre-post? Are they looking at, I mean, they are going to be looking at demographic data, of course, they have to report that to us, but it's just making sure that the actual outcomes that they are, or not the outcomes, the objectives that they are reporting in their work plan are quantifiable. And that the way they plan on reporting that to us actually makes sense. And like I said, if they're just listing a whole bunch of, you know, measures that they plan on using, that's not useful to you as the readers. So there is the expectation that you should understand how they plan on quantifying that information. What is that measure doing? You might not be familiar, I mean, I'm sure all of you are familiar with the Ohio risk needs assessment, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they shouldn't describe it. They should talk about why are they using that specific measure and how that's going to quantify data elements that will serve you know, their specific objective towards a particular goal. And this will all make a lot more sense when you actually look at the work plan and you see how all those things actually fit together very seamlessly, and you'll be able to follow them from one to the other. We're going to even see that shortly here when we look at an example.
Wow, okay. It's gonna be a lot.
It's not, so also keep in mind that there are character limits. So this is why there is the expectation that it's not going to be that thorough. This is not like a dissertation you're reading. You're reading something that should inform you just enough for you to be able to make a decision on this. And if you're reading it and you feel like this is not informing me, like I'm not sure how they plan on actually achieving this, that's a problem. And if they don't readily provide you with some information about how they plan on measuring their outcome anywhere in the plan, either in the work plan or in the project description or the data collection evaluation, this is a section where you might find that they will mention measures that they plan on using in their project description. So keep a lookout for that occasionally. But like I said, this is where reading the whole thing in its totality and really taking it as a gestalt makes the most sense, because as you're reading through it, you might not notice it in the project description because you're not looking for it necessarily. But then when you get into the project evaluation, data collection evaluation, you're going to say, oh, that's right, they already talked about these measures. So we already know how they plan on quantifying this. And ideally, they will also mention it in their work plan. The work plan is a very simplified, that is the simplified roadmap, I would say, of their entire program. You should ideally be able to see their goals, their objectives, their activities, the timeline for all of that, and then the data elements and the data sources that they're going to be using to actually be able to quantify all of that. So if you're ever like looking through the narrative and you're not seeing what you need to see, go back to the work plan and see, okay, did they actually mention it in here? And maybe it was lost in the sauce when they were writing the narrative. Okay. And then criteria 4.3. So this is going to be the preliminary research plan. Does anybody have anything for criteria 4.3? Because this is something that we should be on the lookout for.
If they're collecting their own data, I want to see some sort of IRB or yeah, another entity that's been reviewing their plan to collect data, especially at the individual level.
Right. So potentially, if they're gonna be getting, especially if they're getting local data, are there data sharing agreements in place with local law enforcement. If they are getting it from the DOJ, God help them. They're probably not going to get it from the DOJ. They're going to have to go local anyway. But the key is we tell grantees or potential grantees before they apply, please have in mind how you plan on doing this well before you even apply, because this is going to be required. We're going to need your recidivism data. This is going to be de-identified individual level data that is very unique to this specific grant. However, we are going to need it. So please provide us with some documentation of how you plan on achieving this. So we don't expect them to necessarily already, have everything in place, but they should have an idea of how they plan on accessing this data and through what sources. And once again, as with everything, to caveat this will vary, of course, depending on the size and scope of the grant and the agency. So, temper your expectations, especially if you read one and you're like, wowed, and we will talk about this later. But, and then you read something that, is from a smaller, more local agency, and they don't have quite the capacity to be able to achieve the same things, but they should still have a roadmap in place for being able to access the information that they need to provide us.
I have a question.
Sorry. No problem.
So does BSCC have are they recommended, or is it up to the grantee to decide, we're going to do mixed methods, or, we're going to do, some kind of observation research? Is it pretty much up to the grantee to decide that?
We require that they provide certain very specific data elements, because they need to provide us with, the participants served, the demographics, and whether or not they provided mental health, substance use disorder, diversion treatment, which are requirements for, implementing the program. But as far as any other elements of it, it's really up to them to make that decision. We will provide TA as needed if they're struggling to figure out what is an appropriate data collection method, what types of data elements and data sources. We don't have quite as many problems with Prop 47. This is something you encounter, especially with, smaller CBOs a lot of the time. But we will provide TA as necessary. So this is, like I said, the expectation is that here you are convinced, based on what you're reading, that this makes sense to you as the experts in your field. We will be monitoring them to make sure that they are actually fulfilling what they set out in their work plan, and that they are able to achieve that, and we will provide them with the necessary tools to be able to do that. So if they are collecting data that doesn't really make sense for a particular outcome, we will reach out to them when they submit their local evaluation plan, and we will work with them to, maybe readjust some things if it's possible, because it's still early on in the grant process or the program process at that point. Colleen?
Thank you. Also, I think we've kind of talked about it before, that a lot of times they may not be able to get these things prepped before they submit the application. They could be doing it now while you're reading and rating, but part of it is like it says, describe a plan. So if they just say, we're going to do an RFP for a researcher, you have to determine if that's enough information to fulfill, a certain scoring level on this criteria. Or did they give, same thing with like the question about an NGO, if they didn't have it, not the person, but the agency or organization named, did they provide their process on how they're going to get one if awarded, how long that process is going to take, blah, blah, blah. Same thing with this. If they don't have an evaluator right away, but they have mechanisms in place and or a plan on, we've got an MOU that's just ready to go. you have to determine if that's enough to make it a strength or a weakness in this area.
Oh, okay.
Right. But I would say if they're just saying, you know, just to check it off basically, and you will notice if that's all they're saying, we're going to be hiring, you know, X evaluation company to prepare and collect and prepare all of our data and reports and all our deliverables. You know, it's up to you whether you feel that that is sufficient, but take into consideration whether or not you feel that the people involved are going to be able to actually address this, whether they're going to know what they need to provide the evaluator to begin with. So it can't just be undirected, and because you don't have any additional information, the expectation is they should at least have a plan in place, even if they will be hiring an evaluator that will be responsible for the bulk of the data collection and everything else.
Okay, so that's what we're looking for, is that they have a plan in place.
Yes.
Okay, so we don't have to determine whether it's a good plan. We just have to determine whether it's a plan.
Well, it's a plan
depending on how much information. Sorry, Anna, go ahead.
I was going to say a plan that makes sense based on the goals and objectives that they've set out and what they intend to achieve. And hopefully they're providing you, like I said, the work plan, and this is all going to be taken in totality. But when you're reading through the work plan, you're going to see some of the data elements they want to collect. And so that's also going to give you an idea of the scope of what they want to collect and determine whether them saying whatever they say in this section, if it's going to be sufficient.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And I think you will see that there's going to be, like I said, we're going to look at an example, and that's going to give you a better idea of, you know, how you rate a section like this. But I would say don't overthink it too much. But when I talk about taking it as a whole, it does make sense that you go from each section into the next, and each of the previous elements informs what you're going to be rating next. So when you look at the work plan, that's going to inform a lot of what you're going to see in the project data collection and evaluation.
So can I ask a question here for the 4.3? When it talks about like the plan, if it was something like an entity was choosing to do juveniles and they're tracking recidivism, would that plan be contacting, if I, you know, don't hear from this person, contacting them or the primary caretaker or parent, you know, because they're a minor, to see have they been locked back up or where they're at? Or if it was like Department of Corrections, how they have inmate locator, would that be where you would put this? I'm going to look at the inmate locator to see if they're there. So is that what you're looking for? Like something in there to say, we have a plan for if we lose track of someone, and if recidivism is the thing we're looking for, and we want to know, did they go back into the system and we just don't know? And I haven't, you know, heard back from them in a month, that I would look here. Is that something what you would see in 4.3?
Only, I was going to say, I think more general. If they provide something very high level without a lot of like, this is our process and this is what we're planning on doing should A, B, and C occur, or did they just basically say, you know, if awarded, we've got a plan?
Got
And
it.
that's
So
where
it
they end
doesn't
it.
have to be this high level. It can be saying, if we we'll call and look for them, and that's
yeah
it.
It just because they give you a lot of specifics doesn't necessarily mean that's a positive, because you and your subject matter expertise could see through something that I might not. And so that's again where Anna keeps saying your experience, your expertise in what you do in your real job, instead of sitting here with the BSCC on a daily basis, that you know, does it feel like they're snowing you because they're giving you way too much detail, or did they not give you enough? And you have to determine, is this, especially with this piece, is that, are they giving me enough to know that they know what they're doing?
Yes.
Or will be doing, instead of just like, yay, data's fun. You know, I like numbers. I'm, you know, the receptionist. and I really like numbers. I can make this work. Then you have to look at the scoring and rate appropriately.
And something, I'm going to move on from this because I think we've gone into it pretty deep already, but if when you're reading through the data collection project eval section, make sure that you are noticing if they are, we talked about the having a plan in place, but if they don't have the specifics yet, just make sure that they've specified the like, I keep saying roadmap, but I feel like my
next
brain is stuck
steps.
on the next steps for how they plan on achieving this. So they may not have, you know, they may not have the actual agreements in place yet, but they already know which agencies they will be setting those agreements up with in order to be able to obtain the required data elements. So a lot of this also has to do with the recidivism data, which is a requirement or reporting requirement for this grant. And that's just something to look out for. So this doesn't have to be very deep or very extensive necessarily. It's just to make sure that when you're reading it, it sounds like what Helene said. It sounds like they have a plan in place, and it gives you the confidence that they will be able to execute on it. So it doesn't necessarily have to be extremely specific, just realistic, and that to you, the experts, the subject matter experts, it makes sense to actually address the elements that they've presented in their work plan. And with that, let's go on to a very exciting factor.
It's my favorite.
I know,
you know?
it's your favorite.
Big things come in little packages.
Yes, do. I deal predominantly with data, but Helene and our phenomenal analysts are dealing with the budget and budget modifications and things like that. So this is the final rating criteria worth 15%. So provide complete detailed budget information in each section of the Proposition 47 proposal budget attachment that includes expenses that are appropriate for the project goals and planned activities, as well as a brief explanation supporting each expense. Some of them will not be very brief. Some of them will be missing. So keep that in mind. This is going to be a separate attachment that you're going to be reviewing, and to some people, I think it doesn't seem as critical, but I will tell you, sometimes people will read through the project description and, like I've said, they will outline extremely lofty goals. And then you go into their budget attachment and you realize the actual scope of the grant is a lot smaller than they've presented. So they might be listing, you know, we're going to be setting up agreements and working with local agencies and this and 15 other elements potentially. But if that is not something they plan on using the grant funding for, take that into consideration. And then you're going to be basically rating on the basis of the elements that they will be applying the grant funds to. And you will really find that out when you look at their budget attachment. And I have seen this time and time again where I'm reading a grant proposal and it sounds extremely ambitious. And then I look at their actual budget and it's actually a very small funding request. And I realized that they're only requesting funds for this tiny little element of it, but they've provided me with this much bigger context of a hypothetical program that they might want to implement, but there isn't enough detail there to be able to actually determine whether it's feasible, particularly since they don't have the funds to do that, at least not with our grant funding. But that's besides the point. And that's just an opinion. Oh, no, we're not done with this yet. So is there something?
No, because I haven't talked yet.
I was going to say, we need to get to the budget.
We need to get through Helene.
Anything that we're expecting feedback on this other than from you, Helene. So
oh, no, that's okay. I just wanted to let everybody know that don't sit there and try to calculate everything out. This was done in an Excel spreadsheet. Things automatically calculate. What your lens needs to be is what Anna was saying is they said they're going to do all this. does their expenditures seem appropriate to get that done? Does if it's all if 50% of it needs to go to NGO, but it doesn't seem like the NGO's services that are being provided align with what they're saying the NGO will do in the budget narrative, or vice versa. Like the NGO is going to, do all this housing stuff, but your project description you're reading doesn't have anything really to do with housing. It has more to do with treatment. So your job for this is to just make sure that on a high level that it aligns with what they want to do, with the amount that they're asking for, and in the categories they're asking it in. We take care, if they're awarded, we take care of holding them accountable to the different things that they were doing, and following up with that. So is it reasonable? Is it like a small rural county and they asked for, large scope, $8 million, and they're talking about how they don't have any resources and they don't have an NGO local. How are they putting that money into play for that amount? Like, a lot of people will ask for the maximum, but do they really need it to do the project they've described to you?
Yes, thank you so much, Helene. Yes, I think I should have mentioned that. We're not expecting you to calculate anything. You're not accountants. That is not the point of this. Any issues with the actual budget have been handled either during the tech review process or will be handled on the back end, where there's negotiations on like moving things around. But the whole point of the budget attachment is looking at the funding requested and making sure that it aligns with what they've outlined in their narrative, based on your expertise. And also whether they are actually accounting for some of the things that they mentioned in the narrative. So if they're talking about hiring, mental health counselor, is that something that's accounted for in their staffing budget? And how much is going to, how much are they going to be paying them for their full-time salary and things like that? So you don't have to get into the nitty-gritty of it, but just make sure that what they've described in the narrative is reflected in the budget.
And that goes for leveraged also. So if they talk about leveraging this funding stream like SAMHSA, or they have an MOU with, the sheriff's department for, certain data, but in the budget, it's not reflective of leverage, that doesn't mean that they don't have it, but it should kind of match up what they're talking about. So just kind of, look at that one a little bit differently than the grant funds, but still, does it make sense? Like, why not? If they're, poning up half of a clinician through behavioral health, why is that reflected in their budget as a leveraged half a position potentially?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Helene. So that's the last rating factor. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating. With that, I think we can actually, I realize I jumped the gun a little bit, we can move on to the actual process here. And we talk about trusting the process. This has been very dense, a lot of information for you. I'm wondering, do we want to take maybe a 5-minute break before we launch into this next section? It feels like a natural spot to take one.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's actually dive into the rating process. So this is going to be the bread and butter of what you're going to be looking out for. We've been talking about all of these rating criteria and the rating factors they're associated with. But really your role, and I keep talking about your role as a rater, but really it's to evaluate the responses on each of these proposals. And as we've talked about, to really determine how well each of those responses addresses those rating factors and their associated criteria. The main thing you're going to be focusing on isn't vibes or, you know, assigning a single score to each of the criteria. It's really going to be focusing on the strengths and the weaknesses of each of the responses. So let's actually define strengths and weaknesses so you have a little bit of context. So strengths refers to a response or an idea that is more detailed or comprehensive by providing well-conceived, specific, and substantive support, whereas weaknesses refer to response or an idea that is lacking detail or incomplete and lacks sufficient documentation, support, or detail. So ratings are going to be based on, the ratings you assign are going to be based on the strengths and weaknesses that you identify in these narrative responses and to the criteria defining each of the rating factors. And so even though each criterion within each rating factor is to be addressed, addressing each doesn't in and of itself merit positive evaluation. So just because they address, you know, a specific rating criteria doesn't mean, okay, well, they've addressed that check mark. More accurately, you're going to be looking at the quality of each of those responses to each of the criterion as you're evaluating. And also your evaluation of the rating factors is going to represent how well the respondents actually address the entire set of criteria within the rating factor. So you're going to be basically, as you're reading through each of the factors, each of the sections, or like I said, you can think of them as like chapters within a paper. And you're going to be, as you're reading through them, identifying strengths and weaknesses and mapping those on. And then we'll talk about what you're mapping it onto, but then you will be translating your evaluation of strengths and weaknesses into a single point value using a 6-point rating scale. And we're gonna actually do that in a few minutes here, or I guess we're gonna probably do it tomorrow, but we're gonna talk about it in a little bit more depth.
Oh, Anna, before we move on to this rating scale, can I just jump in real quick here? Do you mind?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Ross.
A predetermined jump in, of course. But hey, everybody, my name is Ross. And as America mentioned this morning, I'm a research data supervisor here in the research unit at BSCC. And I just want to jump in real quick right here just to hammer home part of what Anna was talking about on the last slide there, and what we're going to keep thinking about in the rating scale in the next few slides as well, before we eventually get to applying our learning today into really going through a rating process tomorrow. But first, a quick shout out to Anna, who has been doing a really great job today. I know it's a really long day for everybody to listen in and to participate. It's also a really long day for those of everybody else who's been presenting. So really awesome job so far, Anna. Thank you so much for all your hard work on this. So as we talked about a little bit throughout this process and what Anna just mentioned here on this slide, part of what we're doing here is trying to help you identify your biases and maybe as best you can leave those at the door somewhere, and then really focus in on these strengths and weaknesses for each of the different rating criteria, right? So instead of focusing on applying maybe any biases you might already have, we want you to apply your subject matter expertise to all the rating factors. If something's not inside of a rating criteria within a given rating factor, you really shouldn't rate on it, right? Put differently, we only really want you rating on the strengths or the weaknesses of a given proposal in that particular rating criteria. For example, maybe you think that every one of these programs should have some sort of job component, right? And that's a bias you might have. You might think, okay, great, they have a job component, going to give it more points because I think that's a really strong application. That's not actually part of the RFP. That's not part of a rating criteria. You don't want to include that as part of your assessment of the strengths and weaknesses of a proposal, right? So keep that job stuff out, keep every other bias you can think of out, just really focus on those criteria. And when you're applying it to these things, just try to be as bias-free as possible. Again, we want you to apply your expertise, absolutely, but we do want you just to stick to the criteria as best as you can, so we can make this as as fair and as equitable as possible for all the grantees the would-be grantees. But otherwise, I just want to just hammer that home a little bit. Again, we're just focusing on the strengths and weaknesses, and big shout out to Anna and everybody else who's been presented today. Thanks for the time. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Ross. And yeah, fantastic add-in. I think I probably talked about it only once or twice throughout this process, but yes, that's a very good point. We're going to talk about it a little bit more when we talk about the challenges, the rater challenges, but try to limit your bias or your sense of bias, which, I mean, it's difficult to identify, but if you're going into a proposal with the expectation that they're going to have something very specific and you're not seeing that, and as a result, you're finding yourself rating proposals that lack that element is lower, unless it's one of the elements mentioned and delineated within the criteria of the rating factors, make sure to sort of put that to the side. And then just focus on rating on the basis of the criteria we've laid out in this evaluation system. And with that, now that we've talked about, or we've described what our strengths and weaknesses, let's go on to the actual rating scale. So as you can see, we're putting it all together, just one little puzzle piece at a time. I know it feels like pulling teeth right now, but once you actually have all of the elements and you start applying them, things are going to coalesce. They're gonna feel a little bit more natural, especially when you're applying all of these elements together. So the rating scale is, apologies, the rating scale is a 6-point scale with 0 for not responsive, and 5 being excellent. So under each of the point values here, there's a label, an anchor that is a description provided to help further define each of the scale points. So very inadequate, non-specific, or unsatisfactory. You can see those kind of bolded here. So those are the things that you might be focusing on. Oh, that is a really cute dog, Sandy. Oh, it's so small. Apologies for derailing us here. But so each of these anchors here, these descriptions, are going to include these key terms in bold that are going to further distinguish the scale points from one another. So fails to address, very inadequate, non-specific. And so it's an example of applying the scale. You might assign a scale value of 1 to a rating factor response that you judged to poorly address or very inadequately address the rating factors criteria. And this is going to be on the basis of you going through and identifying the strengths and weaknesses throughout that rating factor as you're reading it. Or, and in some cases, you might find this as well, not very often, but you might assign a 0 to a rating factor that is completely missing or missed the mark entirely. So even if the actual, they provided, a project data evaluation, data collection evaluation section, but it was so woefully inadequate and basically failed to address the criteria entirely, highly unlikely, but possible, then you could assign a 0, even if, they have the label marker, they wrote something in there. But if it's completely off the mark and it doesn't address the criteria, and I cannot stress this enough, we're talking about the criteria a lot, but it makes it a lot simpler when you actually map everything back onto it. So you're not looking for exact words like we talked about, but like, do elements of what I'm reading address this criteria here? And if they don't, then it would make sense to sometimes assign a 0. But I don't think you're going to see that very frequently. So next, a little bit more detail to give you even more tools here. So In using this rating scale to evaluate responses to the criteria defining each rating factor, you're going to be focusing, like I said, on the strengths and weaknesses. And in order to facilitate that process, because, you know, we've talked about strengths and weaknesses, but like, how do you actually put that all together to then generate an actual numerical value? To facilitate this process, we have mapped the points on the rating scale to the extent, I guess, not number of strengths and weaknesses extent, but not the number of strengths or weaknesses. So it's not so much that you're counting the strengths or weaknesses, you are evaluating the extent to which the strengths are strengths and the weaknesses are weaknesses, if that makes sense. And this is going to be different for everyone, because some people might identify something as a stronger and more important element than somebody else who's rating. I realize that this is a little bit confusing, but I want to make sure we're all on the same page when it comes to actually applying the points. So you're assessing the quality of the responses, and you're focusing on the strengths and the weaknesses of the responses to their criteria that define each of the factors. So if it's a quote unquote 0, there are no strengths. And for a 1, the weaknesses overwhelmingly outweigh the strengths. So, and I didn't go through these, I usually read them through. We're running a little bit low on time, but I'm just going to quickly read through them. So a 0, non-responsive, fails to address. The response does not provide relevant information addressing the rating factor criteria. There are no strengths. You're not identifying any strengths at all. Poor, so 1 is going to be poor, very inadequate. The response addressing the rating factor criteria has few strengths and many major weaknesses. And this is where I just talked about the extent of the strengths and the weaknesses. So many major weaknesses. So there can be weaknesses, and you would expect that in every single proposal, even some of the really strong ones, but they might be minor weaknesses. This is many major weaknesses, and the weaknesses outweigh the strengths. And potentially some of the strengths that it has might also be weak. So 2, fair, non-specific, or unsatisfactory. So the response to the rating factor criteria has some strength and some weaknesses, including insufficient detail or justification. So the weaknesses may marginally outweigh the strength. So this is fair. It seems a little bit low, but it's actually kind of a middle of the road score. 3, satisfactory or adequate. Oops. The response addressing the rating factor criteria is moderately strong, but has weaknesses. So the strengths marginally outweigh the weaknesses. So this is where you're flipping to the other side. And like I said, and I'll say it again in a second, but this isn't about counting the strengths and weaknesses. You're not like tallying them up. But 4 is going to be good, substantial. So the response addressing the rating factor criteria is strong, but has some minor weaknesses. So this is once again that gradation of, you know, there might be some weaknesses, but they are minor weaknesses. And the strengths outweigh the weaknesses. And excellent, outstanding, the response addressing the rating criteria is extremely strong and has few, if any, weaknesses. And in this case, if there are weaknesses, they might be inconsequential. So in terms of something like a consequential weakness, I think something to take into consideration is some strengths and some weaknesses are going to be more consequential, and some strengths may carry less weight. So even if a narrative that you're reading does address a criteria pretty thoroughly, you might read it and you might realize that in the grand scheme of the overall factor, it's not really a critical element. So we read through these criteria, and some of them really garnered a lot of discussion and a lot of engagement. And those are the ones that you're going to probably be focusing on when you're actually reading through these proposals. And there are going to be elements that are just, yep, they addressed it. And I guess that that's a strength, but is it a strong strength? Is it consequential to the overall rating factor, if that makes sense? So for instance, it might be a strength that a grantee intends to provide crisis intervention services, and they detail the demographic makeup of their target population. It would be considered a weakness if they have not provided adequate rationale for the services they plan to administer. So they've addressed a criteria, but they haven't actually addressed a much larger criteria to the same level of strength, I guess. And this is all going to vary based on a lot of factors, including your experience. And as you get into the groove of rating, you're going to find a system that makes sense to you and that works for you. But I encourage you to stay away from just tallying anything up, check marking anything off. I think a lot of it has to do with looking at the overall narrative and how it fits into the bigger picture of the whole program. So this is why, and we're going to get into how you're going to do that in a moment, but this is why I recommend reading through the entire proposal. As you're reading through it, taking notes on each of the sections, on the strengths and weaknesses you identify therein. And then once you have the bigger picture of the overall program in its totality, going back and saying, oh, I see. Okay, this element that they did include, which I thought was, you know, a very critical strength, is really not that consequential because they actually did not follow through on it later down. And that will make it, I think, a lot easier rather than, you know, rating each of the rating factors completely separately in its as a like a monolith, because that lacks the necessary context of the overall bigger picture. So I think that is everything for mapping strengths and weaknesses onto the rating scale. Does anybody have any questions for me at this stage? I realize that was a lot of information. Any questions about the rating, the evaluation system, or anything that we've discussed up until this point, the rating scale?
Michelle's good.
Okay.
Everybody else, thumbs up.
All right.
Or are you just like deer in headlights? We swear, we have all said, trust the process. We would not, well, America might, but we would not engage you with this if we thought that it was overwhelming. So, guys, all got this. It'll make sense.
Once we do an example, then you'll be able to put everything together and be like, oh, that's what it all does.
A light bulb.
Sandy?
Well, I just have one comment about it as, so the grants are being reviewed by all of you as well too, right? Or is it just us?
You guys.
Just you.
Oh, okay.
We do the technical review to make sure that the applications are eligible to go forward, to be rated.
Okay.
We do read them, but we do not have any pre-award recommendation activities.
Oh, okay. So then one grant will be looked upon by several people, okay? Because somebody's strength could be somebody's weakness, and someone's weakness could be somebody's strength, you know?
Absolutely.
So, okay. So, but then let's say there's about 10 of us got together and so, I mean, that's, oh, I guess what I'm saying, or my comment is just enough people to avoid subjectivity.
I mean, Oh, go ahead.
But no, you.
I was just going to say subjectivity is the point. It's why we have such a diverse panel. Yeah. All of your diverse experiences and you know, individual experiences, unique experiences are going to contribute to how you rate each of the proposals. And so we talked about earlier about the panel process. So there is a system in place in order to make sure that there's some level of standardization, because we do expect there will be differences in the way that some proposals are going to be rated. We're going to be able to identify that based on the 6 overlapping proposals. And like I said, you're not going to know which ones are overlapping, and those are going to be the ones that are read by all 3 panels.
Oh.
And we're going to be able to see if there are panel differences and adjust for those in order to make sure that all of the scores are aligned, basically. Not aligned, but that they are not deviating on the basis of which panel they were rated by. So that is something that we do to combat any major differences. But most of the time we find that raters, and this is one of the reasons we're doing a rater training, is to get everybody on the same page in terms of what are strengths, what are weaknesses, what are the criteria, and what are you keeping to as you're rating throughout. We do expect there to be some deviations. We're not expecting the same scores from every single rater. And that's exactly what we want. We need, like I said, that diversity of experience. But rest assured that there will be multiple people looking at each of the proposals. So it's not just your singular score that's determining the funding recommendations.
Good. Oh, that's good. That's really good.
Yeah, Sandy, we don't want that either.
No. No.
Not you specifically.
No, not you specifically,
no.
but we don't want anybody to feel like they are 100% on the hook for any of this. And I think it's a good point that Anna makes is, you know, it's a very long day, but everybody is hearing the same thing and trying to get the same lens on what the criteria means, because you'll hear this probably more tomorrow, is that you're not rating against the other proposals you're reading. You're rating that proposal against the criteria that they needed to write it on. So all of them might have a little bit different, I don't want to say skew, but lens to it, because you're only taking that need, that project and description and then budget and how they answered it for their specific project to the criteria. Not that someone had a grant writer and they used big words and someone else, you know, didn't fill all, you know, 8 pages of stuff, but they were concise and they made their point and it made sense. You may read some that is like every single character they used, but they say the same thing 3 times. And you'll have to determine, did they use the space appropriately to give you enough information to score on that 6-point scale? And just because their need statement might be 1.5 pages and someone else's 5, how did you get that information? You know?
Absolutely. And I think we're going to talk about this a little bit later, well, tomorrow, but that you're not, and it's critical, you're not rating them against each other. Each of these proposals is being examined basically within the vacuum of this evaluation system. So you are not comparing them to the previous proposal you read. You are not having the expectation that, you know, and do obviously as you're reading it, even though it's not part of the rating criteria, you know, take note of the fact that it might be a smaller scope grant, that it might not have the same capacity. And so you shouldn't necessarily have the same expectations for what they'll be able to achieve with the same time frame, because they are requesting significantly less grant funding. But like I said, that's not technically part of the criteria, but it's something to sort of weed into the considerations. But I think Helene is absolutely right. You're not ranking them, you're not comparing them. You are looking at each one of them individually and then just rating them based on the evaluation system we've provided. You're rating them based on those criteria. And we'll talk about that some more tomorrow, about the rater challenges.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions before we move forward? Okay. Well, it is currently 3:30. I would like to do one single little piece before we adjourn for the day. And that will kind of get us to where I was hoping to be. So let's hop into this. So hopefully this morning everybody received a series of job aids. Those are also going to be provided for you on your individualized Smartsheet dashboards. So today they were just provided so you could, reference them, access them, take a look at them alongside myself. You're going to have the rating factors along with the rating scale. So that's going to be job aid 1, and job aid 2 is the notes template. And that is a fantastic tool that will assist you, hopefully, in your rating process. So the notes, actually, let me go back before we do this. Not that far back. So this notes worksheet can be implemented as such as you're working through, and I've already said this, but as you're working through the proposals, as you're reading through each of the rating factors, so you're starting with project need, my recommendation is you just ignore the points assigned at the top here, and you list some of the strengths and weaknesses that you identified. This is particularly useful because we understand that you have busy lives. You might not have time to sit down and read an entire proposal from start to finish. So this will allow you to keep your place. You will remember, oh, I read through project need and identified these strengths and these weaknesses. And then when you come back, you're not having to start entirely from scratch. Even if you might want to reread them, you can still have note of what you've already identified. And then once you've actually identified the strengths and weaknesses, you can take a look at all of those in totality and then make a determination for the points that you're assigning for the project factor on the basis of those. Like I said, this isn't about counting them. It's more about evaluating them in their totality as they define the factor in which they exist. So that's going to be different for everyone, but we talked earlier about, the consequentiality, how consequential some of these strengths and weaknesses might be. So you might identify a whole bunch of strengths for a particular factor, but then you might go back and realize, yes, they're basically checking off requirements. But then you look at their weaknesses, and those are extremely consequential. They're missing critical elements that make it potentially difficult for them to actually be successful in implementing parts of their program. And that's how you determine what point assignment you're going to make. And at that point, you're going to refer back to your actual rating scale, and also that mapping tool that I showed you earlier, where if you want to actually reference back to it, that's also going to be available, mapping strengths and weaknesses onto the scale, and then kind of on the basis of what you've recorded, determine which of the scores is most appropriate. So some of it has to do with, like I said, it's not a quantitative analysis process. It's more of a qualitative process where you aren't counting them, you are evaluating how well they define the factor. And with that, if everybody can please, and hopefully, yeah, I think we have enough time. If everybody can please pull out their notes template and also the sample proposal I sent this morning. And we are just going to take a look at the first section. We're just going to look at project need. So it's going to be you're going to see it. It's going to look a little strange. And it's a little bit strange because it's in submittable format. And submittable is fun. It, for some reason, only generates these weird documents that are just walls of text. I think recently they've implemented the capacity for people putting in paragraph breaks. Thank goodness for everyone. But let's take a look at project need. And I'm going to give everybody, how are we feeling about, let's do 10 minutes and just go ahead and read through the project need and just jot down some of the strengths and the weaknesses, if you identify any, as you're reading through it. And then we're going to just reconvene and discuss. So let's reconvene at 3:42. And does anybody have any questions or missing any elements of the documentation? No? Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put up this slide here. Actually, you know what? Let me. That's good. Always looking. Oh, goodness. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you, Helene. Apologies. So yes, does anybody have anything else for project need in terms of strengths or weaknesses?
I do. Part of what I'm struggling with is I don't think this is very well written. They sort of started out and it sounds almost like they cut and pasted the description of Prop 47 in the beginning, saying this is what we're going to do. But then they give a whole bunch of statistics that I can't tell why they're giving us all this. And then at the very end, they actually seem to zero in on the actual population they're serving. And they talk more specifically about people being incarcerated and returning to the community and needing more support. Great, but they didn't start there. They just started with this big pot, as you were saying, Lisa. And they didn't address the diversity issue, but they addressed it by saying we're not a diverse county, but we're also a super poor county and a county with a huge opioid problem. So I think they kind of addressed it and sort of copped to what they actually are dealing with in their county. So I think I would put that as a success or a strength, but in terms of overall diversity, not so much. So this is hard.
Totally, completely agree with you. And I think that's an element that you identified. They do call that out, that this is not a diverse county, but and I know it mentions race, ethnicity, gender, but it's really the ones that are going to apply. So it's the disparities that are applicable to that particular location. So in this particular instance, this is you know, a smaller region with a high opioid use, but it is not a very diverse area. And so my apologies. And that way they have defined their specific underserved community. So that community is going to differ on the basis of each individual county. In this case, you don't know which county it is. You don't really have any context. When you're actually reading through the proposals, you're going to have a lot more context to work with. Many of you are going to be familiar with the counties that you're reading about in their areas. and you're going to be able to apply your critical reasoning to determine whether or not that, you know, they're actually addressing criteria 1.3 sufficiently. So if you knew what county this was, some of you might say, oh, it absolutely does have, you know, racial disparities. Why is that not being addressed? And that's something you take into consideration potentially. But in this case, you know, all very good input from everyone. Any other strengths or weaknesses? I realize that we're coming to the end of our time because I was hoping we'd finish up. We're not going to be finishing up at 5 today. I'd like to get us out quite a bit earlier. But I'd really like to hone in on the strengths and weaknesses that people identified within Project Need.
I did. So one thing I did see, and I agree with Lisa, there was just so much data thrown in there, and they threw youth with adults. So there wasn't even a separation about the youth and the adult population. It was just kind of thrown together in there. And so I saw that as a weakness in the data because there was so much of it. And it was just thrown this percentage and 18 and 19-year-old arrests and on and on and on and on. But there was no distinction to say we have a youth population that has these problems and we have an adult population with these problems.
Okay.
And the interventions for that would be very different.
Right. And so some of these programs are providing interventions for both adults and youth. So they're they're very multifaceted programs, some of the larger ones. And there might be more information in later sections of this proposal that might address why they're including the youth statistics. But like I said earlier, don't be swayed by the fact that they provide a lot of statistics. Make sure that, like you said, that they're actually applicable to the target population that they are purporting to serve. That they're relevant statistics, that they're timely statistics. So that's a very good point. I would love to hear from some of the folks who haven't been as active with us. Maybe we can get one more strengths and weaknesses or whatever you've identified.
I think strengths would be more is hi everybody. It's I think the strengths that would be noticed would be like following up to see where the client what they succeeded in and where they're at, like aftercare. How are they doing? Are they continuing on what was provided to them as far as like life skills or you know, seeing that part. But so I think the weakness would be you know, not having the data and stuff in there correctly, like one of the ladies was saying, as far as mixing, you know, adults with youth. It's just making sure that everything is put in correctly and, you know, just seeing the numbers and the amount of services being provided and just showing that in the data and making sure that it's being inputted correctly.
Thank you.
So,
yeah. And so as one thing I will say, make sure that as you are identifying strengths and weaknesses, because of course we can read through and identify strengths and weaknesses, make sure that whenever you're doing that, you are mapping them back onto the criteria. So as you're identifying a strength or a weakness, you're saying, okay, how does that fit into the rating criteria within this factor? So that, like we've said before, it's making sure that we are using this evaluation system, and it makes it a lot easier as well, because there could be, you know, innumerable strengths and weaknesses, but we are looking specifically to make sure that they are mapping onto the required information here, because that's really how we are determining the scores. That is the most equitable and fair way to do that. So if you identify something and, you know, it's out of context, just look back to the criteria and see which of these criteria that strength or weakness actually is fitting into. What is it addressing or not addressing, and to what extent is it addressing or not addressing? That makes sense. Okay, well, that was phenomenal work, everyone. Thank you all for participating in that first rating and well, not rating, apologies. I'm jumping the gun a little bit in identifying the strengths and weaknesses. Tomorrow we're going to be diving back into, you know what? Let me actually, no, that's not at all. That's not at all what we want.
It's been a long day for you too, Hannah.
It's been a very long day. I am so sorry about this. I'm like,
no, we're feeling you. We're supporting you and lifting you up. It's okay.
It shouldn't be appearing here. It should be appearing on my other screen, but that's fine. We're just going to see the entire PowerPoint presentation. So tomorrow we're going to be diving back into identifying strengths and weaknesses for the remainder of the rating factors. We're going to have a lot more of a leisurely pace. So no one's going to be rushed. People are going to be able to read through the sections carefully, you know, record their strengths and weaknesses. I also realize everybody's exhausted, so we're going to be starting fresh and clean, and everyone's going to be ready. And we're not going to be rushed. And so we're going to be doing that identification for each of the rating factors, and then we're going to dive into the actual score assignment. So before we finish off today, you know, we went through that evaluation system, and we're going to kind of do a really quick refresh tomorrow. So we're going to look at the strengths and weaknesses again, the definitions, and the weighted rating factors, and then we're going to look at those anchors one more time before we dive back into identifying strengths and weaknesses. And then we are going to then assign the scores. So once we've gone through the entire proposal, actually identified strengths and weaknesses, we're going to go back, and then you're going to kind of assess in totality what scores you feel are going to be most appropriate on the basis of those strengths and weaknesses you've identified. And then we're going to talk about those scores. And that's hopefully going to get everybody on the same page in terms of how we're rating. And there are going to be differences, and that's to be expected. Like I said, this is not a test. This is very critical. This is not a test. This is you applying your expertise and contributing your expertise, you know, very selflessly to us and to rating these proposals, and, you know, making the determination of whether or not you feel, based on your experience and your expertise, that these programs are up to par, and should be awarded the funding that they are requesting. And those determinations are going to be based on the rating scores you assign based on the strengths and weaknesses, which by the end of the training of day 2, you're probably, those words are going to feel meaningless because we would have said them so many times, but they are really the critical elements of everything that you're going to be doing here. I think it seems easy, and I said this at the beginning, it seems easy to just read something and kind of, on the basis of how you feel about the section that you've read, assign a score. And that is not what we're doing here. So some folks, I think, called out strengths and weaknesses. And like I said, it's very critical to always try to map them back onto those criteria, because those are going to be our guiding light for being able to actually assign a score. So if the strength or weakness is, you know, it exists, but it's not necessarily relevant to the rating criteria, then you can factor that into how you rate, but it might not necessarily be an element that's, you know, critical assigning a score, if that makes sense. But all of you are going to have completely different rating styles, and that's to be expected. So that's fantastic. We just provide some suggestions. Does anybody have any questions before we adjourn for the day? Or Helene, do you have something you would like to contribute? I feel like you've been—
I'm unmuted. Of course I do.
For a bit. You've just been waiting. Or Sandy, Sandy, I think you've been unmuted.
Oh, you're unmuted, Sandy. Do you want to go first?
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Oh, okay.
I gotta go feed my dog.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sure mine's probably needs to go out. All I wanted to say is what Anna had said, that you all bring your own lens and expertise. We don't want consensus. That's not what this is about. It's not making sure that everybody sees it the exact same way and rates it exactly the same. What we're trying to do is make sure that everybody understands what the criteria are and views that in a similar fashion, but then using your experience and your everything you bring to this table when you read the application and then put it towards the criteria that we've all kind of, I don't want to say standardized, but have the same lens. And I don't want to say normed either, but one person could say, which you kind of heard, this looks really great. And the other one said, well, but this is a little bit of fluff. I'm going to have to see what they say in the project description to see if it balances out. So just there is no magic consensus here. We don't want that, actually.
Yeah, and that's why we have the diverse rating panels. You know, we don't have people from just one field. Like, it would be very easy. I mean, we could have BSCC staff rating. I mean, even that will bring a very different lens, but all of you have been selected because of your diverse expertise and your experiences, and the fact that they're all unique, and the fact that you'll be able to apply that unique lens to the rating process. So there is full expectation that there will be fluctuations in the way that people rate and experience what they're reading. So like I said before, there is no correct answer. It is based on how you've interpreted the narrative fits the criteria that you've been provided. And I will be reiterating that tomorrow as well, because I feel like people do. I understand that this is a consequential process. This is determining the funding for these grant program for these programs, but
there's no pressure.
There's no, well, no, but the thing is, there are many of you. And so all of those different scores are going to contribute to totality of a score. And that's what we're going to use to make those determinations. So there isn't pressure. There is no right answer. Your score is the right score. You know, your identified weaknesses are how you interpreted the narrative fits or doesn't fit the criteria. So I think that is everything I have for today. We will be reconvening tomorrow. We're going to dive right back into the sample proposal, and then we're going to take a look at some of the rater challenges, and then we're going to discuss next steps and for you as raters, and then the next step after that, or after the scores are actually submitted, and what we're doing on our end and what you can expect.
Thank you, Stacy.
Yes.
I'm not Stacy and Anna. Sorry, got my name switched, but this took a lot of work to put together for you all, and we're very excited to have you back to finish this up and get your proposals.
Yeah, we so appreciate everybody participating. Everybody's been phenomenal. I know, like I said, it's a lot. I realized that between the 2.5 hours of just preamble on the grant itself, before we even got into the evaluation system, and then the evaluation system was a lot. But I guarantee that tomorrow you're going to feel like a lot of that pressure is off, because we're not going to be doing this deep dive. It's going to be applying everything that you've learned today. It's going to be mostly reading the sample proposal. We're just going to be having a discussion, and it's going to be a lot more organic, I think. No more reading, no more popcorn reading. Hey, Pupper. I realize everybody is seeing different things, so I'm just like yelling Pupper for no reason at the screen, but Sandy has her puppy on the screen. So thank you so much. Your participation's been phenomenal. I realize that I'm still sharing my screen, but hopefully we'll get all of you back tomorrow, and I think maybe we'll have one more person as well. I think we may have lost someone earlier. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions in the interim, and hopefully America, I know you've been receiving some of the recusals, so as soon as you take a look at that proposal list, please go ahead and provide those recusals to America. Sandy? Oh, no, just waving. Okay.
No, I was just clapping, but I got the whole thing going. Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, I think we can probably wrap this up. Thank you so much, everyone. And we will see you all back tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone.